Good morning. Welcome to day 3 of the South African Human Rights Commission's inquiry on the impact of load reduction on human rights. As I said, this is day 3. My name is Tsepo Madlingozi. I am one of the commissioners at the South African Human Rights Commission. I'm also chair of this inquiry. I am joined on the panel by Advocate Commissioner Sandra Makwasha, who's also one of the commissioners. We will start with a moment of silence, an opportunity for a silent prayer, a meditation, a reflection, or just silence. Just a minute or two, just to all of us to be present in the room. Secondly, we'll then sing and observe the national anthem, and then we'll start. So if we could all rise for that minute of silence. Thank you. Thank you. If we could still remain standing for the national anthem. We are just having some IT challenges, but we'll start just now. Thank you so much. And apologies that we are starting late. I've already introduced the panel. I'm the chairperson of the inquiry, Tsepo Madlingosi, one of the commissioners, joined on the panel by Advocate Commissioner Sandra Makwasha. We also have the evidence leaders, Dr. Kenneth Sitebe, as well as our head of legal services unit, Ms. Shelley Lombo. We will start our inquiry. As I explained, this is day 3 of the inquiry. Our scope is quite limited. Our scope focuses only on load reduction and its impact on human rights. Of course, as part of that inquiry, we'll also hear how load shedding intersects with load reduction. We are interested in the first place, number one, to understand the legal, the practical, the policy justification of load reduction. Secondly, we seek to find out the extent and the scope of load reduction. What is the extent of load reduction? Thirdly, we are interested in finding out which communities are disproportionately affected by load reduction. Fourthly, of course, what are then the human rights implications of load reduction? What are the mitigation measures for load reduction? The purpose of the inquiry, therefore, is to make findings on those 5 or 6 themes, to then write a report, put together a report with findings, as well as clear recommendations on the human rights impact of load reduction. Commissioner Makwasha will recap day 1 and day 2. We're meant to have a 3-day inquiry. We have decided to extend it by 4 days. This is, because of the number of requests and submissions that we have received from interested parties, community organizations, political organizations, governmental associations, as well as some institutions that we have asked to come before us. So there's a reason why we have decided that such an important inquiry, we should not truncate it, but we should in fact extend it. So I really want to thank all those that have reached out to us subsequently to say they want to be part of this inquiry. We welcome your submissions. We continue to accept written submissions. So even though the inquiry sitting is for 4 days, the inquiry started last year when we made the announcement and when we made calls for submissions, and the inquiry will continue even after tomorrow. So we'll continue to accept written submissions so the opportunity is not lost if you were not able to submit your submissions, or if we are not able to be part of this inquiry. I must also indicate that because this inquiry is instituted in terms of our legislation, the South African Human Rights Commission Act, as well as the Constitution, we do have the power to subpoena any person, any organ of state, or any institution that we have called to this inquiry but has either refused to come to this inquiry or has not answered our request to come. We really want to hear from everyone that can assist this very important inquiry, and therefore we do reserve the right to subpoena anyone. The procedure for inquiry is very clear. As I said, first of all, it's an inquiry instituted in terms of the Constitution as well as our legislation. Therefore, being a formal inquiry, the procedure is that all the witnesses that are going to be testifying will be sworn in. We all understand the consequences of relaying false testimony under oath. Therefore, I won't explain the consequences. Therefore, all witnesses will be sworn in, either to swear to God or to make a solemn affirmation. Witnesses will have an opportunity to present their testimony without any interruption. After they do so, I will then invite the evidence leaders to lead the evidence. That means that evidence leaders will have listened to your testimony, will have read any written submissions, and therefore they will have prepared beforehand, and they will seek to assist you and the inquiry to elucidate, to emphasize on some key points, but also to clarify any misunderstandings or any contradictions. So evidence leaders will be given very short time to ask very clear 3 to 4 questions. I will then invite the panel, starting with Commissioner Makwasha, to also do the same, and then I will end that witness's testimony, and then we'll excuse the witness. That will be our procedure. We have sign language experts. They do require that all of us speak clearly, slowly, so that they are able to interpret for our audience at home, but also in the room, who might be hard of hearing. So if you can all speak clearly and slowly, take your time. We really want to hear from you. I should also mention that the proceedings are live streamed. Therefore, they're being beamed on our website, also on our social media space. And therefore, we assume your consent to the recording and to the relaying of your testimony. So that will be the procedure going forward. We'll continue tomorrow. I will relay who will be coming tomorrow at the end of today. Before Commissioner Makwasha comes in, there are some changes to the program that we have uploaded on our website, our social media pages, but also that the program that is before you. We were due to receive testimony from Salga tomorrow, day 4. Salga is unable to come before us tomorrow, but we will still request them to send the written submissions. Therefore, the changes to the program tomorrow is that Salga will no longer be appearing before us. They will be making written submissions. We also reserve the right to institute a short hearing if necessary to lead the evidence. City Power has also requested that they please present on day 4 and not today. Therefore, City Power will present in the place of Salga tomorrow. So that will be the changes to the program. Today, we won't have City Power coming before us. They will present tomorrow. Salga will not be coming, and therefore, City Power will take their slot, which means that we might be able to adjourn earlier, or we will have enough time to hear from witnesses today. So that is the panel. Those are the evidence leaders. That is the scope of the inquiry, and that is the program as well as the procedure on how we are going to proceed. I will then hand it over to Commissioner Makwasha, not in details, but just to, in broad strokes, to recap day 1, day 2, for the benefit of colleagues and members of people who are attending today or listening online who might have missed day 1 and day 2. Over to you, Commissioner Makwasha.
Thank you so much, Chairperson of the inquiry. As you correctly stated, I'll just provide a brief summary of the day 1 and day 2 submissions. The first day was primarily focused on submissions from community leaders. We heard from Mr. Ntate Khurayisa Maronyana on behalf of the Magao village, who then made presentations on the impact load reduction has on its communities, how prevalent it is within the community, as well as solutions that his community has come up with. We then heard from Mr. Katlero Mtombeni on behalf of the Hamaskral community, who also provided summaries of the impact load reduction had on his community, but also just a response in respect of the protest they had to ESCOM, and that the issues around load reduction, as well as a solution-based approach to this. Both community leaders provided solutions to their problems, including ESCOM working hand in hand with communities to provide a solution to load reduction. What is important, or the theme of the day, was the lack of communication from ESCOM regarding the impact of load reduction on those communities. We then had a legal analysis from 2 legal practitioners who provided an in-depth analysis on the legality of load reduction, as well as a legal analysis of load reduction, as well as the rights that were affected by load reduction. We then heard on the second day presentations from NERSA as the energy regulator on the policy on load reduction, as well as their role as the regulatory, as well as the impact of load reduction and why it is so important as the regulator that the load reduction should take place. We also then heard from Mr. Chris Yeldan, who then presented a different analysis to the impact of load reduction, and then highlighted that it is important to have load reduction in order to protect the national grid. We heard submissions from the Soweto energy crisis, who presented a different analysis to the issue of load reduction and spoke about the issue of energy racism, and placed an analytical analysis to that aspect, and also provided a solution to this problem. We also heard from experts from the University of Johannesburg's Sociology Center, who provided also a further elaboration on the concept of the energy racism that load reduction speaks to, the communities that are adversely affected by load reduction, as well as a comprehensive solution to the problem. There was the day 1 and day 2 representation from the communities, and the themes of the day was load reduction, load sharing, load curtailment, as well as the impacts. We also then concluded in respect of the submissions we heard and the rights that were also impacted by load reduction. Thank you so much, Chair.
Thank you so much. You will have heard from Commissioner Makwasha that we have not made any findings. We are just relaying what witnesses presented to us. We are pleased that today we'll be joined by more community organizations as well as Sanco. May I then, without further ado, call upon Mr. Tsepo Matubatuba to take the stand, please. You cannot do me money that. What do you yeah, Bill? Yeah. You can sit, please. Good morning, Mr. Matubatuba. Are you well?
I'm fine, thank you.
Okay, is the mic on?
Is it on? Morning, Mr. Chairman, and my namesake, and thank you for the opportunity and the invitation for the Yeoville Bellevue Ratepayers and Residents Association to come and present to this commission that I believe is very important, you know, and we hope is going to come up with some of the relief for our communities.
Thank you.
On electricity issues, narrowly the load reduction and broadly power outages that affect us a lot.
Thank you. That was just a greeting. We've not started. Let me not make any assumptions. Will you be swearing or affirming?
Sorry.
Will you be taking an affirmation or will you be swearing? I'm about to swear you in now.
No, I can say.
Okay. Will you state your full names for the record?
My full name is Tsepo Matubatuba.
Mr. Tsepo Matubatuba, do you swear that the testimony that you're about to give is the truth, the full truth, and nothing but the truth? If that's the case, would you raise your right hand and say, "So help me God"?
So help me God.
The witness is Jolly sworn in. Mr. Matubatuba, as I said, the space is yours. We really want to hear from you. Don't feel rushed. Speak slowly, speak clearly. We won't interrupt you, but I will tell you when your time is up. Over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for all the panel that are sitting with you, and also for the people that are in this presentation or inquiry. Yes, we have made a written submission, and in order to actually not miss something, and also for time's sake, I'm going to read the presentation. It's not a long one, so I saw that you have allocated us about 30 minutes, so I'm sure within that 30 minutes we'll have done with the presentation, and so that I know also that I keep into the context of what we want to present to the Commission. I'll start with the introduction. Yeoville Bellevue form part of the suburbs around the inner city of Johannesburg. They are largely characterized by a lot of high-rise buildings with lots of flats. As a result, they are overpopulated. The areas are in a lower economic rungs of society and therefore classified as poverty-stricken, which I believe are the areas that were affected by this load reduction. They are also very cosmopolitan, with a lot of foreign national residents from various countries. As can be expected, unemployment and lack of economic activities to generate income are very high. Infrastructure is very run down, with a lot of backyard buildings and informal structures, thus affecting the adequacy of the government services like water, sanitation, and electricity. Due to non-adherence to and non-enforcement of bylaws, the suburbs are gradually becoming run down, and as a result, crime is drastically on the rise. So I'll come now to electricity challenges. The general historic struggles with power supply in our areas of Yeoville and Bellevue. Over the past 3 to 4 years, electricity supplies have been unstable due to the aged infrastructure supplying our suburbs, while the population is growing exponentially. There were always breakdowns which left our community without electricity for days on end, weeks, and at times even close to months. When complaining, we were told of the old cables that were connecting our Bellevue substation from the Observatory 1. The over 60 years, it was said around 63 years, I think last year or 2023, that the cable that was connecting us which was called KV-88, was said to be still working with oil cables, which were experiencing leaks more often due to its age and non-compatibility with the modern technology that services people. I don't think there are any cables that were still using oil. Around the end of November, beginning of December 2023, the breakdown of the cable resulted in a big fire in the observatory substation. The breakdown was on the Bellevue, but it's being fed by observatory, so it caused a big fire in observatory substation. And we know that our power comes from Sebenza through observatory and then through to Bellevue, which ultimately feeds us at Yeoville and Bellevue. For a whole 3 weeks, our suburbs, including Upper Houghton and parts of observatory, specifically Urania Village, which are supplied by Bellevue substation, had no power. It was restored on the 17th of December. As I say, it happened at the end of November, but we nearly had Christmas without electricity. And we were told all sorts of stories that it's going to take up to 12 months to really fully restore, because that was the time they were projecting for replacing that cable with modern technology. So we were told that 3 months they will try and backfeed us from some other cables, but it will take 12 months because they didn't have a budget and whatever. So it was really testing for us, and we were really very affected as the communities if you can not have power for 3 weeks, and life was just like stagnant. We were told that there are some interim measures to get limited power supply that would take up to 3 months to be in place. Therefore, without consultation, we were put on a very rigorous power cuts, which made us to be imposed with what was called load rotation, which is something that never happened to any community, and I think until today. So as Bellevue substation was not able to carry the supply of both areas and other adjacent areas, as I have said, Upper Houghton and part of Observatory. So we were given something that is called load rotation. So from January 2024, we were told that we will have 4 hours of power and 4 hours of power, which means if Yeoville was being lighted, Bellevue and some other areas were being switched off. So rotationally, so after that 4 hours, it comes back. So sometimes we lost power 4 hours in succession for 3 times, which means we actually didn't have power for about 12 hours in a day, if we count a full day. So it means having 12 hours or more of no power most days till around March. And some days, the power would not just return, and maybe 2 days we don't have power and there's nobody who's telling us. And there was no actually any sort of like really answers how they regulate this power. And sometimes if you didn't have power from 6 to 10, just think if every day now of the week you are not going to have power when you come back from home until 10 o'clock you are asleep. And we were asking, why are they not actually maybe doing it in 2 days? You lose power at certain times, and then the following time they take it to the other. But they said, well, City Power decides, you know, where to, how to regulate it. So this affected businesses, educational institutions, health facilities, including people on oxygen dependence in their homes, as well as general households functionality, as some people were still working from home since the time of COVID-19. So we have got very major schools there. We have got St. John's College, which was affected. We have got King Edward, both primary and high school. We have got the schools in Yeoville, you know, Yeoville, Community Yeoville. We have got many schools. And we also have got clinics like the Yeoville Clinic and other health centers. So just imagine if you don't have power for such long periods. However, due to the incident of fire burning cables underground in Braamfontein, I think it was around March last year, our repairs were fast-tracked as their power was returned within a period of 1 to 3 weeks. Other areas were actually cut for 1 week, and they were quickly actually laid cables and restored. As the same cable as ours that was replaced, So we were told that the cable that had burned down underground when the criminals were trying to steal was the same 88 kV, but ours was going to take 12 months, and theirs took only 3 weeks. So I think that is when we started protesting. We were protesting before, but we intensified and actually called City Power people to ask for questions. Why can they be replaced in such a short time? And this actually accelerated the restoration of our power. So we were told that, that place, it was critical because it was a business area and whatever, so which means we were third-class citizens in that manner. So we were not really supposed to be getting power sooner than they had repaired the one for Braamfontein. So it is worth mentioning that here that electricity supply to us is by City Power, as some of the areas in the city of Johannesburg are supplied by Eskom. I know there are some areas in Soweto supplied by Eskom directly. I used to work in Sunning Hill Church, and they are also under Eskom directly. So service delivery is a real challenge in those areas that are being serviced by City Power, as attending to complaints and maintenance issues are delayed for no apparent reason and no reports are given. During the load shedding, City Power took over the shedding for areas in the city of Johannesburg supplied by it, and things became even tougher for the residents as the shedding became very uncertain. Under Eskom, we were certain that when the load shedding is going to happen at this time, it would happen, and we know that it took so many hours. At times, we would not know whether it was load shedding or power outage, as electricity would go away for hours and days at a time. No or poor updates or communication on what was happening. Protesting at City Power head office by some councillors and community members improved the communication extent and actually giving us updates, and even there we had to actually phone them. So I come now to the second item, load reduction impact specifically after the suspension of load shedding. As indicated, that City Power took over load shedding from Eskom when it was suspended before the 2024 national and provincial elections. City Power blacklisted certain areas and informed their communities that they will be subjected to load reduction. These were mostly poverty-stricken areas which were blamed with all sorts of allegations that caused them to be discriminated and subjected to this, violation of human rights. These range from being high users of electricity to having lots of illegal connections. These are vulnerable communities which, as a result of their economic status, are not going to be able to legally fight this injustice of economic discrimination. So we were knowing that because we are actually a sort of sub-economic areas, we are not going to be having the muscle to fight whatever was being imposed on us. So I have attached in my presentation and our presentation the schedule that used to be sent, If it is clear, you'll see that most of the areas that are covered there, they had 6 blocks, And in those 6 blocks, they will tell you under 1 block, we were under block 3. And if you look, they are mostly suffering areas. Places like Vlakfontein, Alexander, Lowly, and all those areas. There were some, like I say, Upper Houghton happened to be under our substation, so there was no way to avoid that. And Urania village. But mostly, really, it was targeting these small area, economically deprived or distressed areas. Attempts to toy or protest in the street and burn tires yielded no result, and in some instances were suppressed ruthlessly by the law enforcers. This was seen as disadvantaging those communities being supplied by city power, while those in the same status like Soweto, supplied by ESCOM, were not affected. So we were actually disadvantaged by city power wanting to supply us with power, knowing that they've got some other intentions of punishing those people that they feel are high users or illegal users of electricity. So while other communities enjoy their full uninterrupted power supply from the load shedding that was suspended in April, our communities suffered with royal power for 2 hours every day, mostly at very inconvenient times when people are home from work or should be preparing to go to work, as they were said to be peak hours. So I think it was from about 4 o'clock to 10 o'clock in the morning, rotating around those areas. This has really been most unfair, an unfair brand meted to the economically less privileged communities. This is very unbiblical, because Jesus' social teaching of the church says preferential option for the poor, as he himself practiced that. But here, the poor were exasperated, and treated unfairly and unjustly, I believe. He aligned himself with the poor and marginalized in society and advocated for their just treatment. So it is very unjust for that in our government, those have-nots are treated unfairly. People lost a lot of their hard-earned food, and their electrical appliances got damaged during these instances of power interruptions. And also, it was also an opportunity for criminals, because once the power was off, especially during that load rotation time, many things were done during that 4 hours when we didn't have power, and many cables were stolen. So which means it was actually making the situation worse, because when power is cut, the cables would be there. When it's supposed to be returned, they have been cut, and there's no power now for days, not now for 4 hours. So some of the solutions that I believe we are proposing is to deal with the illegal connections, and not point out that there are illegal connections and not do anything about them. And in some instances, we have actually been pointed out where you'll see a cable coming from the pole directly into a flat and not connected, and they are not doing anything. And there is really a belief that some of these contractors of city power are colluding in these things, So I think it is easy for city power to look at the places that are illegally connecting and cutting them, so that they don't punish the people that are paying. So secondly, ensure that substations have enough capacity to carry the areas they serve instead of punishing the residents. We were told that load rotation is being done because Bellevue substation cannot carry the whole 2 suburbs at the same time. So they had to cut it off from one area, so that at least power can continue to be enjoyed by those that were on, and then rotate it. In conclusion, as the South African Human Rights Commission is holding this commission of inquiry, we do not know whether there is any sort of redress that those communities that have been subjected to this unjust discrimination will get. If not, will there be any reprieve or protection against a recurrence or happening of such unjust practices imposed on marginal communities in the future? Secondly, what recourse do we, as these communities that have been, or as these communities have, if discriminatory practices rear its head again for us, as we are saying, City Power just takes unilateral action and just tells us that this is going to happen without even, consulting with us. So what is our recourse if this happens? We do accept like happened 2 weekends ago, that there may be need for a general load shedding, but we reject being bullied and treated like third-class citizens of the country by bearing the brunt of arbitrary power cuts while others are connected, enjoy power freely when there's no general power cut by ESCOM, as announced by the minister last 2 weekends ago. It should be known that we have rights like all other citizens. Thirdly, if power suppliers like City Power, in our case, is aware of illegal connections as they claim, why are they not taking action to deal with that instead of prejudicing law-abiding and paying residents? What adds insult to injury in our case is that our suburbs were unilaterally put on prepaid power supply. We would just see technicians coming to your door and saying, we have come to put a meter, a prepaid meter. We were not actually even given an option. About 2 years, 3 years ago, and last year they upgraded that to smart cards, which they said it is not easy to tamper with. So we have paid for this power, and that we are being denied, We pay for the power, and you have got your meter full of electricity, and you are deprived of it. Fourthly, these power cuts are drivers of crime in our area. The high incidence of theft of electricity cables and other criminal acts happen during these lengthy power cuts. Lastly, as residents of Yeoville, Bellevue, we would like to know what recourse do we have against the unilateral, perpetual power withdrawals named load rotation that affected us, and a lot of people lost their electrical appliances and means of livelihood. Businesses had to close down during that, so that we were subjected to, as it caused a lot of damage and loss to the community. I did report this to the SHRC on the 1st of March 2024, but the case was never progressed by an officer asked to assist us. I think he was saying if this is a City Power determination, so I think there's nothing that could be done for us. I think this is the presentation I am putting before this inquiry.
Thank you very much, Ntate Matubatuba. Yes, you have set the standard, very clear, very concise, within time. Let's maintain the same standard, please. Thank you so much. Your last point about the report, the complaint that you instituted on the 1st of March, I'm also the commissioner deployed in Gauteng. Commissioners have deployed in different provinces. So I undertake publicly to follow up with that report. We did also take a view that we should consolidate all the complaints from different provinces and institute this inquiry. So that could be part of that process, but I will follow up with you. Okay, evidence leader, starting with Mr. Sitebe, over to you.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Appreciate it. Good morning, Commissioner Makwasha. Good morning, Mr. Matubatuba. It's on. Oh, let's that one. Thank you, Chairperson, Commissioner Malingozi. Good morning, Commissioner Makwasha, and thank you very much for your submission, Mr. Matubatuba. Chairperson, for purposes of this, I won't be long. but I'll be referring to page 1 and 2. Mr. Matuba, there are 3 files there. I believe the top one.
Sorry?
Just for clarity, Mr. Setebe, please advise on page 1 and 2 of which bundle,
Yeah.
which document.
Oh,
Yeah.
there are 3 files there next to you. So the first one, the first file will have page 1 and 2 on them. If you can confirm if it's there.
Yes, I see page 1 and 2.
Okay, and then the last file, the bottom one. It will have your submission page 967.
Yes.
So your submission is 967, 968, and 969. Please check if 969 reflects your submission. You didn't refer to it in your presentation.
Yes, I can see, but I think there's some sort of not clear the writings on the
Okay.
blocks. Yeah.
Okay,
but
we'll work
is
with
there.
it. We'll work with it. Okay, Chairperson, like I said, I won't be long. So on page 1, you will see bullets there at the bottom stating the objectives of the National Investigative Inquiry. I will only refer to bullet 1 and 3 for purposes of this exercise. 1 reads, assess the extent of load reduction in South Africa. 3 reads, assess the impact of load reduction on the affected communities. That will be the extent of my questions. Mr. Mtuba, now we go to your submission, page 967.
Yes.
Okay, there, on 2.1, you read, over the last 3 to 4 years. Can you confirm that has been the case? Our understanding is that load reduction commenced sometime in 2022. So if it's 3 to 4 years, it may cover 2021.
Please,
Yeah.
evidence leader. Mr.
Siteb.
Sitebe.
Yeah.
Yes, Dr. Sitebe. It's not about load reduction. That's why I say general
Yeah.
historic struggles
Yeah.
with power supply,
Yeah.
not necessarily load reduction.
Okay. No.
Yeah.
It's important. It
Yeah.
clarifies
Yeah.
issues.
No, it's the power ups and downs that
Yeah.
we have been having.
Yeah.
And yeah,
Okay. No, thank you for that. I'm clearer now.
okay.
In the last paragraph of page 967, at the end there, at the bottom of the submission, 967.
967, okay.
Yeah. At the bottom, the last sentence reads, at times we would not know whether it was load shedding or power outages, as electricity would go away for hours and days at times. This is the important part I want to engage you on. It continues to read, no or very poor updates or communication of what was happening. Can you clarify on that? You did during your presentation, but can you clarify? Do you have an app that tells you when this is going to happen? Is there someone with a speaker in a van that goes around saying, hey, nya sasaza ukuthi ngo-11 nyahamba? What is this poor and non-communication?
Yes, it's sometimes we would just see our power going away. And we are not even on this load rotation or load reduction, load shedding or load reduction schedule. And only maybe after many hours we'll be told that there's an outage. And outages are actually the order of the day in our area. I can tell you, if at the right moment, the observatory power station, substation has been off. It went again about 2 weeks ago. And there are some people from Kensington, Bertrams, Bears Valley, Observatory that have not been having power for 2 weeks. Even I can show you the updates that there are some people that are along the Albertina Sisulu, which was Broadway before, that have not been having power in Kensington and whatever. So that is what, and you find, I know there's a councillor who is one of a part of our area, Bellevue, falls under his ward 66. Councillor Carlos Darosha actually fights all the time And I think at the moment he has one that a City Power does, because if he doesn't actually they don't give update, he phones them.
Yeah.
And actually screams at them. You can even see even last week the voice messages that he was sending, screaming at them. People want to know what's happening
Yeah.
with their lives.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, thank you for that. And then you finish off that submission at the end. You said community members improved the communication to some extent. What level of improvement are you talking about here? Is this the voice notes that you're talking about?
This is the one that I'm saying due to the demands of Councillor Darosha
Yeah.
and some councillors from areas like Observatory and Cyril Dean and whatever,
Yeah.
you know, which are DA areas, you know. So they actually enforce this accountability of City Power to actually send updates. Yeah, I
Okay.
think even this morning,
Yeah.
for those people that have not been having power for 2 weeks or whatever,
Yeah.
there was an update what the status is. So that's why I'm saying it's somehow improved, because it was being forced
Yeah.
to be done.
Thank you for that. Penultimate question. This is the thing. On page on 968, second submission, you did not say it, but when you are reading this page, you kept on going back to the word punishment. You are being punished. You're being punished. Do you care to elaborate on that? Please don't be long. Just your understanding of why did you continuously use the word "we're being punished"?
Well, being punished is because, you know, we are not an economically upmarket area. When things happen to us, you know, we are accused of all sorts of things, that our area, it's a high consumption area, our area, it's a fraud with illegal connections. And we are asking ourselves, why are these illegal connections not actually being dealt with, and the people that are legally connected and maybe could actually not cost that much power usage, not be protected. So I think it's punishment, because we will be told that we are a high use area, we are illegally connected. And I think the sorting out of that is not in our hands.
Yeah.
And we have paid. That's why I'm saying we are being punished.
Yeah.
Because we were forced to actually buy the power up front.
Yeah.
And then when we have the power, which is withdrawn from us arbitrarily.
Last question from me. Page 969, the one you said is not clear. Let's try and work there. So which block would you ordinarily be in? It's Chairperson, for your benefit and for the record, it reads, "Dear customers, please note that load reduction will be implemented in the following areas." I'll pause there, and then he assists us with which block.
Just to confirm, who is the author of this document?
Which one?
The blocks, the one with the blocks.
Okay, those were the updates that I think on a weekly basis they were sent by City Power.
City Power, not ESCOM, City Power.
No, City Power, we are under City Power, and everything that is happening to us is done by City Power.
Okay, clear.
And even those updates that we are talking about are supposed to be provided by City Power.
Okay,
So we are in block 3, I know that offhand.
yeah, okay.
know.
So it's a like I said, the Chairperson has assisted us. It's a City Power provided document. You are in block 3. We're not going to go through all of it. I just want you to enter 2 dates into the record. Please address us on Monday, 16 December 2024, what the times were for block 3, and address us again on Friday, 20 December 2024, what the times on, and then we're done.
For block 3.
Yeah, the document is on page 969.
Yeah, I've got it on my phone. Yeah,
Okay.
because I can see it.
Just repeat the 2 dates.
Please enter for the records Monday, 16 December 2024, what the situation was for block 3 in terms of load reduction, and again 20th of December, Friday, 2024.
Okay. Let me see. I'm not sure whether this was still, but the thing used to go out, because I know in December they suspended it and saying that there's low, I don't even remember, I was already home in the Eastern Cape in Mount Fletcher by that time.
Okay.
But I remember them making. But here in the schedule,
Yeah.
it says for block 3 on the 24th On the 16th of December,
Correct.
2024, it was supposed to be from 20:30 to 23 hours,
Okay.
which means it's 9, to 23 hours. But it would end at about 10:30. So it would actually, it would be 20:30 to 22:30.
Yeah.
But because sometimes they delayed, they gave themselves that leeway of 30 minutes.
Okay. Last date, Friday, 20 December 2024, Block 3.
22 December,
20 December.
20th. Okay, 20th December here, it lists 20 December, Block 3, it lists 18:30 to 21 hours.
Okay. Thank you very much for your time, sir. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Nyabo.
Thank you, Ms. Mlombo.
All right. All right. Thank you, Reverend Madubatuba, for the testimony, which was very clear and concise. So there's really only 2 questions on my side. The one question I think I want to start with, Dr. Sitebe started on, in terms of when the load reduction specifically started, because we've had evidence from other communities who saying load reduction started as far back as 2020. But is it your testimony today that in your area, load reduction only started after the suspension of load shedding just before the general elections?
Thank you very much for the question. The term load reduction, you know, it's a very new term in terms of our case. Load shedding has been there. I think it could date as back as that 2020 or whatever. But specifically for us, and for as far as we remember, there was nothing called load reduction. I know that somewhere in Soweto, you know, where they were saying that there are high users, you know, they would have a rotation of electricity on some days, and which was not. But with us, load reduction came when actually the Minister of Electricity proclaimed that load shedding has been suspended before the elections, and it continued to be suspended after the elections. And then, because it was said our area is vulnerable in terms of the grid collapsing and whatever, so they introduced this to our load reduction. So that is our recollection of load reduction. But we know that load shedding has been with us.
Okay.
And it was also not really very sort of like predictable when we are going to have it or not. But load reduction specifically really and consistently persisted to inflict us after the load shedding had been suspended for
Okay.
300 days until it had to be restated for the weekend.
Okay, in order. And you spoke about the issue of illegal connection, and indeed the common sense response is if the issue is illegal connections, then CC Power should deal with the issue of illegal connections. So the question to you is, has there been any engagement between the community and City Power regarding the issue of illegal connections? And if there were those engagements, what are they saying are the challenges on their side with dealing with the issue of illegal connections?
Well, as I say, there's not really much communication, you know. Even if we have a meeting, they'll just tell us what their solutions. I know we have actually on several occasions made presentation to the inner city managing director or whatever, you know. And during that time of load or load rotation, the City Power top guy, I don't even know his name was, he even recorded a video showing what the time frames are. And we actually complained about this load illegal connection. But there seems to be no response to why are they not. One of the things that is happening in Yeoville is that there's lots of backyard buildings that are being built without even going for plans and passing the plans and whatever. You know, I serve on the Johannesburg Heritage Foundation, and we have got what is called plans committees. You know, there's a plans committee for Central, and we are falling under the plans committee East. But we gave up actually trying to enforce people that are doing building constructions in Yeoville. Because sometimes you would report a place and I don't even think the City Power still has inspectors. I think far back, like the 2018s, 2019s, we would call on inspectors to come when we see that there's a building that we have never had that is going to have been given the right to extend or to build flats. And they would come and give a stop order, which meant nothing because that stop order was not enforced. And you would see after some time, you know, these people frequenting that place, and we know what happens. So I think the things of having plans when people want to build, people just buy places if they buy, and start, you know, breaking the thing or building something behind. And as a result, you know, you'd find that a yard that used to have about 10 people has got more than 20 people, and those people have got to have power. And I believe, though, that is where some of these illegal connections come from. So we have never had really any response on why they are not dealing with them.
All right.
Sorry, just a follow-up question. The installation of prepaid meters, which you spoke about, should have attended to that problem. Did you not attend to that? Because prepaid would then, number one, be individualized to each household. Therefore, City Power will know how many people live here, how many people are not connected, how many people are illegally connecting. I'm asking this because this has been the main defense of those who are defending load reduction, to say, indeed, there are people that we cannot account for, and therefore we seek an opportunity to normalize them, if possible, through prepaid meter installation. Did the installation of, let me ask two questions. Number one, was the installation of prepaid meters universal, meaning in each household, and did you not attend to this problem?
Well, Mr. Chairman, I am not going to be actually able to answer that. This is what we thought, that by installation of prepaid meters, which we were told that Yeoville, Bellevue, and even down to Orange Grove, you know, they are being installing prepaid meters. So how they actually sort of like are not able to through that system. So I cannot answer that question, but we have been actually asking, are these prepaid meters not able to? And now that they had to recode the meters, it was said is another way of trying to actually find the people that were illegally connected or were not paying and whatever. So, but we are told that the illegal connection still persists. So it's a technical question, and maybe it could be answered by City Power, that people are actually complaining about this.
Yes, in order. The last question from me, you've indicated in your evidence that your community has been subjected to a combination of load reduction, load rotation, load shedding, and generalized like power cuts to breakdowns of aged electricity infrastructure. During the first 2 days of the inquiry, we also heard about this new phenomena called load limitation. I'm not sure if you are aware of that concept of load limitation and whether is something that has been canvassed with your community to address the issue of load reduction.
And what would it mean? Getting limited power supply or what?
Yes, so basically, instead of any households or communities being completely without power, they receive some power, but at a reduced level. For example, your high consuming appliances will not work, but you'll have your basics like your lights and the like. So is that something that you are aware of, that has been discussed as an alternative instead of the load reduction you are subjected to as a community?
Not in our area. I don't think Met City can attest to me. We haven't had that. It has not even canvassed with us. It's just that power goes off. Or
Okay.
if it is load rotation, they'll tell you how many hours. And then if it is load reduction, it is it was 2 hours, you know. So we haven't had that phenomenon.
Thank you so much, evidence leaders. We are doing well in terms of time. Commissioner Makwasha.
Thank you so much, Chair. I'm just going to build up on the questions that were asked by the evidence leader.
It's not a question. My apologies. Just to wrap up. Sorry, sir, I see there on page 969, the schedule or the notice that you've given us is not complete. Can I just please request that we be given the full notice, which will cover also all the blocks, because I see the other blocks are cut off. And also, please, if you can share with us all other notices that you had received regarding the load reduction in your community. Do you
So,
yeah.
so it is not for now. We are asking you to assist us, not now, but when you go home to number 1, send us all notices that you have received, notices by SMS, by WhatsApp, by circulars. But number 2, that this schedule seems to be cut off. If you can send us the whole page, not now, when you get home. Thank you so much. Commissioner Makwasha, proceed. The demo is that clear?
Yeah, no, I'm going to answer to that. I don't think it is possible for
Okay.
me to give that. I was just giving this as an example. These were weekly schedules that after actually fighting that, we are uncertain when this load rotation is going to happen. Because they would say, go to the app or go to what and whatever, people that are technologically
Yes.
challenged like myself. And then they ultimately then, on a weekly basis, would send this from, I think, Sunday up to Saturday. So these were like weekly schedules.
So they will
which
send this
after
by
the
what?
week passes, you just discard it.
They will send it by? How will you receive that schedule?
Well, you know, we have got a group, some people would source it maybe from the website or
Okay.
wherever, and then they would just pass it, and then it would actually, people would actually, yeah, like we have got the Yeoville Bellevue Ratepayers
That's right.
Association, and then it would be posted there.
And that was the only form of communication?
Yeah, it was just a weekly schedule.
Okay,
After a long time, you know, when we have been saying we are uncertain when this thing is coming to us.
that's clear.
So at least they became more organized, and we were more, at least, able to plan that.
To
we
share
will be
within your
having
WhatsApps, yeah.
Load reduction at this time.
No, that's clear. Commissioner Makwasha, please continue.
Thank you so much, Chairperson Madlingozi. I'm going to just hop on the last question. I think one of the aspects that we received from all community members who made submissions was the lack of proper communication by ESCOM. And you primarily are focusing on digital communication. Have they attempted to communicate via radio, written notice by putting notices on the wall, or by allowing the ward councillors to have that information and share it with yourselves?
In our case, we don't have any involvement of ESCOM. it is city power. And as I say, their communication leave much to be desired. You just are in the dark unless those people, you know, especially even, as I say, the people from Bess Valley and Ward 66, and I think one ward is 73, which cover. So those are more affluent areas. They are able to go and force city power to do something. But if it is us, you know our way of protesting. We go and burn tires and close shops of foreigners and whatever. And are we actually directing? They would go, even if it is 10 people, go to city power head office and make a lot of noise then until either the communications head, or I think there was a guy one time that I went to join that. It was called stakeholders liaison person, who came out and spoke with us and gave some sort of like assurances, and which were followed up, you know, when we pursued them. So there's no involvement of ESCOM in our case, because city power took everything in terms of power cuts from ESCOM to itself.
And you're essentially saying so that city power has failed to adequately communicate with your communities.
Yes, it fails dismal.
I see the chairperson is saying that the supporting witness, please. Yes, they're not sworn in.
Yeah, okay, no, it's fine.
It's appreciated, Ma, that you're also frustrated by the impact of load reduction on your community. Now, in the testimony by the national regulator, NERSA, they say that they provide a mediation and arbitration role where communities and those who are affected by the city power, for example, they can go and communicate with them, and this case would be mediated or arbitrated by NERSA. My question is, were you aware of that role that NERSA plays?
No, we were not aware, and we are not aware even up to now. It's just the first time I hear it, and I think this is one of the benefits of this commission, then, that there are some unknown things that were supposed to be benefiting the community that are unknowns. I thought NERSA is a body that just agrees or disagrees with power escalations by ESCOM or whatever. It's other than regulatory sort of functions, we don't know.
Now, lastly, Reverend, I'm just going to speak to the aspect of the impact load reduction has on human rights, and specifically the right to equality, dignity, basic services, education, healthcare, and life. You did touch on it in your submissions, but please can you just elaborate in respect of the right to education, healthcare, and life? You did touch on oxygen tanks and households, but perhaps if you can give us a far more in-depth response to that, it would assist. Thank you. That is my last question, Chair.
Okay. Yes, I think as many people would have said, the impact on health, because if the hospital or the clinic is within that area, so it means the power is cut for that, the clinic is not able to operate. In terms of educational institutions, big schools like St. John's College and King Edward, had to actually invest lots of monies in putting up engines, that were going to actually kick in. But if the power goes for 4 hours, just imagine the diesel. And then it's not only 4 hours once a day, it's 4 hours successively. Sometimes this would hit them when the school is supposed to start at 8 o'clock, and it's only going to come back around 12 or whatever. And at that time, is the afternoon, the schools are supposed to be actually rounding up. And maybe at 2 o'clock again or 3, when they are supposed to be having extra murals and whatever. So it was really, depriving them of the right, that they have. And it's a right that you pay for. It's not even a right that you get freely. And also, the electrical appliances, Yes, people would be warned, take your appliances as power is life. But really, sometimes you are not even there when the power goes off. And then when it comes back, you are away. And you'd find that your fridge has actually bombed out, your TV, all electrical appliances. I know of somebody that was using oxygen during this very period of load reduction, when load rotation was suspended and many people were enjoying free electricity, free supply, not free electricity, free supply, without interruption. I was at home and there was this WhatsApp message of a person that was actually crying for help because his oxygen had run out. And as a result, that old man passed away, because he couldn't get help quickly to be taken to hospital because he ran out of oxygen and there was no power. And I think it was not even the normal power reduction. It was one of those when power goes during reduction and it doesn't come back, and we are not even aware when it's going to come back. I remember seeing those cries, can somebody help? The ambulance is not arriving. Can somebody come and give him a lift? Why are you not Ubering him to a health center and all that, Yeah, so. And also, I think businesses had to close down because some couldn't actually afford, to buy those generators and be able to generate. And even if they did, I think it was on a limited, and children were studying and they couldn't actually study well and all. So those are all things that are impacting on education, on health, on actually even general livelihood, Most of the time you would have your dinner in the dark, and you would find that you come back from home, you cannot even actually be able to bond with your children because there's no power, you just have got to go to bed. And sometimes in the morning when you wake up, if it was catching you at 6 o'clock, you go to work and you haven't seen your children again, because there's no power. So I think on the sort of like social fabric of people, it actually caused a lot of hardships.
Continue on that note. You 2 times you mentioned this phrase, third-class citizen. We were meant to feel like third-class citizen. Just elaborate on that, please.
Yeah, as we say, these load reductions are mainly affecting. I also minister in Alexander, and most of the time when I come there, it's 8 o'clock and we are supposed to be having a service. Sorry? No, 8 o'clock in the morning. Yeah, and we are supposed to be having a service and we project our service there. And, technology has made people very apathetic. People no more bring prayer books and hymn books too. And now you almost have a silent service, talking to yourself because it is the time when if load shedding started at 8 o'clock and it's going to end. So you have got all that 2 hours of service without power. And as I think mostly, and it was said, in the disadvantaged communities are the ones that are crying foul of this. They are the not cared for people. They are subjected to this because they know there's no economic power they can use against the powers that be, Whereas if you go and attend to areas like Bramfontein, immediately there's an outcry and something is done for them, I made that classical example that in the midst of us having to wait for 12 months, in 3 weeks, the power was fully restored. In other areas, we were told that in 1 day, 1.5 kilometers of cable was laid, and the very same week, some of the areas that are critical in Bramfontein were restored, and some that are more residential, it took only 3 weeks, But it worked to our benefit because we were also told after that. And we physically saw those cables being rolled into our substations that were supposed to be cabled. It didn't take 3 weeks, but at least it took much shorter period. I think like 3 months, other than having to wait. Maybe you could still be waiting if that didn't happen to Braamfontein. So that's how I
That's right.
sort of like describe people that are in these affected areas, third-class citizens. Second class, maybe you could say, well, we do here. But I think if you are said in third class, if we were in those days of trains, that has first class, second class. Third class were halls, where you were just sitting as a community in a carriage of a train. And what was happening, people were drinking, people were urinating and all that. So I think this is the type of society we are being treated as.
Speculate for me. Second last question. The word punishment has got connotations of intention. Would you say what is happening to your community is as a result of incompetence, lack of care, or that is intentional? Just
Well,
speculate for me.
I would say it's mainly the second and third one. Incompetence, incompetence and general lack of care. So I'm not sure whether it's intentional too, but it's a lack of care. Whether it is intentional to punish us, but we are not important. So if something affects us, we are not prioritized in actually being helped. So it's lack of care and intentional sort of neglect. Yeah.
The last question, this is the first time that we have received a submission that talks to redress, not just that we must find that this load reduction is a human rights violation, but this is the first time we receive a submission that there must be redress for what happened. How would redress look like for you? What sort of redress do you have in mind?
Well, redress, I don't know whether there are people, unfortunately or fortunately for me, I never lost any electrical gadgets or whatever. And but we always had in our community chat groups, people saying, my fridge, bombed out and my TV and whatever. And but we were always advised. So I don't know whether there could be people that would be saying, yes, I lost a fridge. I would like to claim redress for that. It is. But I think on a more sort of like going forward way is to actually say, on a recurrence of this, what protection can we maybe, or Human Rights Commission come with that is going to protect us? I'm not sure whether really it is quite feasible for sort of monetary or material redress. But if it is, there is, Maybe reprimand is also some sort of a redress, maybe fine or whatever that could be imposed on those authorities that were responsible for those losses of people,
Thank you so much. We've taken a lot of your time. We did start 5 minutes late, so we are well within time. I want to thank you for your proactive nature in getting in touch with us. I want to thank you for your comprehensive testimony, and your testimony has greatly assisted us. So thank you, and you are excused. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
As Sanco makes its way to the stand, how many people will be presenting from Sanco? By show of hands? Just two people. One person. Okay. If you can make your way, we can take 5 minutes comfort break. You can get tea and come back. 5 minutes, please. Thank you.
But you can stay and listen. No, you must. Oh, okay. I hear that we are excused.
vision for cheap.
No, no, I've left it to. No, no, the original program had cheap rates, but it was just taking, us into the evening. So that's why I thought, can we leave it for
Thank you so much for your message. I'm sorry about what happened. Are you home or are you at the office? Sorry, we're in between sessions, so I'll be brief. So will you organize the time for the Wednesday, not Thursday? Because the president is coming on Thursday. Yes, I can't go. I wanted to go to Maba and then go to Cape Town. I'll go to Cape Town on Friday, so yeah, I cannot let that. But Wednesday I must go. I must go to P. That's number one. Number two, then Dr. Carter must help you with the details of SEPS people that you should write the request to meet. And then I've sent you the press statement, so just use that for the memo, but also for the letter requesting the meeting with SEPS. And the meeting really is to find out how far they are with the investigation. Okay, and then, as I said, the press center must be a rapid response, not from our budget. If the rapid response is not there, then that's fine, actually from our budget. Okay, thank you so much. Thank you so much. We'll talk later. Mama Twanga, Gilles, whatever. Now, you tell me that was there a clear communication on reprioritize? Because it affects all of us. Please note that the problem with the community of so it's even something to go to Can we cycle down? We will be starting. The next witness is the collective, the Sanco Vosloras Zonal Task Team, represented by Mr. Sipho Buthelezi. Am I correct? So we will start, as I said, we'll start with by swearing you in. Would you be swearing in or making an affirmation? Can you confirm your names for the record, your full names?
My name is Sipho Hartley Buthelezi.
Mr. Sipho Hartley Buthelezi, do you swear that the testimony that you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? If that's the case, would you raise your right hand and say, "So help me God"?
So help me God.
You may proceed.
Okay. My name is Sipho Buthelezi. I'm a member of the subcommittee on energy for Sanco Vosloras task team, zonal task team in actual fact. We have also been affected by load reduction for some time now. So, but our submission is divided into two parts. There's a part A, which deals about the introduction about ourselves. As we have alluded to that, we are a South African national civic organization zonally in Vosloras. So we are a people-centered organization. So what is happening is that we have been alerted by our residents, in actual fact, that there have been some kind of this load reduction that has been taking place in our area. That was last day. That we're given a minute in actual fact. High electricity tariffs, your free basic electricity. But for the sake of this hearing, we'll deal with load reduction, in particular the impact that it has in our communities. The general overview I will start with the general overview. I think, like the previous speaker, it also started sometime last year, after the elections, if I may put it that way. Started around in May, load reduction. So according to the municipality, the load reduction, they are implementing actual fact load reduction due to the reason that there are some community members that either bypassed electricity, or they have either bypassed electricity, or they are not buying electricity at all. So what has been very disturbing with the load reduction is that it is discriminating, as it only targets mostly the poor. In other words, only the poor that are being affected by load reduction. And also, the unfortunate part is because the current, or the other reason that people end up doing, bypassing the electricity, just without trying to justify the bypassing of electricity or non-buying of that electricity, is that most of the people are unemployed. So as a result, they end up bypassing or not buying electricity. Would say, as I've said, that we don't condone any act of non-payment of electricity, nor the bypassing, but addressing national problem of electricity with debt collection or electricity purchase is a great concern to us. Thus, targeting the poor leaves much to be desired. At a recent hearing here with the Human Rights Commission, we heard that NESA has said that the reduction was never intended to be implemented on a constant basis. but and its impact on the paying customer, on the consumers. In actual fact, to us, the affected clients of Eskom were with load reduction. The Eskom proudly statement that so-called load shedding in South Africa has been a thing of the past. It's just it's surprising to us, because now, up to now, we as the people in the township, we are still affected by load shedding in a different name of load reduction. Anyway, load reduction or load shedding to us is just one thing, because at the end of the day, there is no electricity in the township during that period. So to us, it seems as if now the municipality, or Eskom for that matter, they are using load reduction to minimize load shedding in South Africa, thus appeasing your monopoly capitalists, both black allies and also white communities in the country. The only difference this time around is that the disguised load shedding in the form of load reduction in the township is far worse than the former, because it is unbearable, and most painfully it's 5 hours per day, without condoning the load shedding, which affected the whole country. So there's a schedule that we have. There are about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 schedules since from last year, October, that we have attached. If you can see, in October it was 7 days, 5 hours, and from November it's 6 hours, 5 hours, 6 days or 5 hours. The following month in December, 7 days, 5 hours. Also in January, they said 7 days, and also now in February will still be implemented load shedding for another 6 days. And now we're waiting for the 19th of February, which will be implemented at 5 p.m. Then the last day of the month for February, it will be 26. So as you can see that if you add those hours together, you have a plus minus 7 days without load, without electricity in the township. It's 7 days plus minus 7 hours. So this is the plight of the black person in the township, which we have to endure each and every month, winter or summer. No stages, unlike your load shedding. There are no stages without justifying load shedding. Just straight 5 hours each and every day, as per the above schedule. To us, that means that in order to appease, I've just highlighted that they just appease those who are privileged. Therefore, to us in the township, the statement that there is no longer, I've touched on that one as well. We also understand that the other reason for Eskom to embark on load reduction, and also there's this thing that they've introduced or implemented in the township. They've installed what is called the split meters. We are told that the reason that Eskom is embarking on load reduction and also installing those split meters in the township is because they've adopted what is called demand-side management, DSM. In other ways, the DSM, according to Eskom, they say that they have to control the supply and the demand. So according to Eskom, they cannot afford to control supply. In other words, they cannot produce more electricity for various reasons. Thus, now they have to control the demand. In controlling the demand, they are using load reduction, they are using your split meters, because during, if you have a split meter in your house, there are, you become poverty, there's an energy of poverty, because now you end up switching off all other appliances that you cannot afford. Your geysers, like myself at my home, geysers are off, electricity stove, we don't use, I wear abu mashwabana, we don't iron now and then, so before you wear something, you have to put it in the sun so that at least it can just be straightened, if I can put it that way. So those are the challenges. So Eskom has adopted this. They have also, the other reason that they've introduced, or the measures, is for load limiting. Otherwise, they've introduced through the demand-side management, they've introduced 3 forms, which is the load reduction, load shedding, and the load limiting. The other things that the unfortunate part is that whilst the country was also experiencing load shedding during the time of load shedding, we in the Black Township were, in other words, we were affected by it, or we were targeted on two fronts. We had a load reduction, which will go for a 5-hour period. Then maybe on the same day, maybe if it happened that the load reduction started at 5 a.m. in the morning, if there's a schedule for load shedding in the evening, the load shedding will also hit us. So it's in the Black Township, as I've said, we're being targeted on two separate fronts. Since to us load reduction is tantamount to load shedding, we feel that the load shedding in Black Township was rolled out twice in the name of two different names, which is not fair to us. This is not only unfair to us, but a pure violation of a Bill of Rights, Section 9 and 4. According to ESCOM, it's targeting all areas which people are not paying or buying electricity regularly. This is not true, because amongst those people who are said not to be paying, there are also people that are buying your electricity through your speed meters, and also there are people that are normally buying electricity on a daily basis without those speed meters. So then for ESCOM to say that they are targeting only those people that are bypassing, or it's not true. As I've said, so now we'll now come to the scientific proven evidence on the impact of load reduction to us. As mentioned earlier on, it is very painful to mention that the fact that ESCOM load reduction always targets us during the peak hours of the morning and in the evening is very painful. We are not so sure if ESCOM is aware of the burden and the hardship the load reduction is causing to us. In the morning, people are preparing to go to work, the kids preparing to go to school. We have your small businesses selling fat cakes. As you all know that most of the time, we black people, it's one of our stable breakfast, eating fat cakes. So people are buying fat cakes with a view of taking them to the taxi rank and so forth, are being affected. And also, we have schools and also early childhood development, whereby they are also running nutrition programs, so which also affect. We'll find that normally there are also kids that, like in school, that they normally get a breakfast. Like in one of the schools where I'm also an SGP member, we'll find that there are plus minus 200 kids or people, or students for that matter, that rely on this nutrition program. So during load reduction, they are affected because no food or no breakfast will be cooked for them. We are not so sure whether ESCOM is aware that the nutrition program was introduced by the former president, the late Nelson Mandela, through the RDP program, where it stated that it enhanced learning capacity through school feeding, which promotes school attendance and level on concentration amongst others. So then, which means then if there is this load reduction in the morning, kids or students will enter the classroom on an empty stomach. And we all know what happens when a stomach is empty. It rises your temper, whether you are old or young. That also causes you to drop out at school. That causes a dropout at school, where you find that kids or maybe students, they end up losing interest going to school because now they don't have food in the morning. It also delays the cooking of the lunch, because now if the electricity went off at 5 o'clock in the morning, it comes back at 9 o'clock. By the time the lunch for these kids at school, their lunch should have been half cooked at that time, so that by 11 or 12 o'clock, the food is already ready for them. But with this load reduction, they will start cooking at 9 o'clock, thus affecting the lunch of the student. And also they become impatient in the class Why they see that at that time from 9 o'clock is when the people who are cooking the food, they are busy trying to start the cooking. It also affects their financial pockets because now they have to dig down so that they can have an alternative electricity. In one of the crashes around in our place, there is also this ECD, Early Childhood Education Center, whereby it's catered for the mostly disadvantaged. So now, if there's this load reduction, they cannot ask for more payment of the school fees from the parents so that they can have an alternative energy. They have to wait for the electricity to come back at 9 o'clock. And most of the time, their lunch, their breakfast, they give their children breakfast normally at 9 o'clock, from 8:30 to 9 o'clock. So if there's no electricity because of load reduction, that gets affected. It also does the same hardship in the evening when it's switched off from 5 o'clock in the afternoon until 10 o'clock in the supper gets affected, studying of kids, doing homeworks. As we all know that this nowadays, most of the homeworks, the kids, they do your research through your internet. So if there's no electricity, your Wi-Fi, your internet cafe, the phones, in some instances, they must have access to a data to access, unless you have money. If for those children who are poor, they cannot have an alternative way of getting access to get study or to get whatever they were researching from those homework that they've been given, or assignment for that matter. And also in the morning, you must also remember that most of the schools nowadays, they've got these smart boards. So smart boards are electrically connected. So in other words, from 8 when the school starts until 9 o'clock, there won't be any interaction between the school teacher and the kids on the whiteboard, or the smart board for that matter, because the electricity is off, thus affecting the teaching and learning of the kids. Crime also became rife during that time. Not only people are robbed, also the ESCOM's infrastructure has been vandalized. I remember there was a time in our area whereby now we ended up making this like a neighborhood watch, because now there were people that were during darkness, they would go and take out those circuit breaker in those panel boxes where ESCOM installed the electricity. So we ended up doing this, risking our life, because those people were told that they were well armed, so anything would have happened. So people started in their neighborhood keeping an eye to those people who are vandalizing ESCOM, while being suffered by ESCOM, but we also took it to ourselves, as this first speaker alluded, that even if those, those circuit breakers are removed, it's gonna take more time before ESCOM can replace them, thus affecting us more than what 5 hours that has affected us due to a load reduction. So the other part that we also wanted to indicate is that, as I've said, that it affects our daily life. The other unfortunate part is that either it's summer or winter, it's still 5 hours. Because now, like your load shedding, without justifying load shedding, they will say, no, maybe in the coming 3 days, it looks like your national grid will be having a less supply, or there won't be enough supply of. Therefore, from Wednesday and Thursday, there will be load shedding for 1 hour, 2 hours. For the load reduction, it's 5 hours. And funny enough, in December, most of the people are not around. They've gone at home to the homelands or whatever. So this thing of people using, or maybe, let's say for argument's sake, illegal connection, it's rife in the township. But most of the people at that time, it's hard to start with. And number two, as I've said, most of the people, they're not around. So now why still are they taking 5 hours? I don't justify load reduction. I don't say they let them reduce it, but 5 hours, summer, winter, it's just it's a punishment, if I can also allude to the first speaker. Some people cook their lunch, as I've said, that in the morning, some of the people, they cook their lunch. Like myself, I don't eat this food that you cooked yesterday, then there's this term that we normally leftovers. Yeah, I don't eat leftover for whatever reason. So most of her, like myself, when during my employment, my wife will wake up in the morning, or sometime when she's tired, I'll wake up in the morning and cook myself for a lunch box. So if there's load reduction at 5 o'clock, it really becomes a problem. Some people, they also leave in the morning around 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock going to work. So if there'll be electricity will be off at 5 o'clock, those people will be affected. Going to work around that time while it's dark is very challenging. Women will be raped. There'll be some reported crimes in actual fact whereby people have been targeted because it is dark. The same thing when they come back in the evening, because maybe they come back around 6 o'clock and the electricity went off at 5 o'clock in the afternoon. By 6 o'clock, it's starting to be dark. When they come back home at 7, 8 o'clock, it's very dark at that time. And it's gonna be worse if maybe she also has to cook. Maybe she's a single mom, or maybe, and she's staying with the kids are very young to cook. When she comes back, she has to wait, or maybe it's a man who's staying alone. He or she has to wait until electricity comes back at 9 o'clock so that he or she can cook. It really becomes a burden to us. There's one, and also some of the incidents that have been reported in our in our ward, in actual fact, is that most of the time when there's load reduction, it is alleged that when it comes back, some of the houses they burn. I have one incident where I was also following that case, whereby we were trying to claim the house, the electricity went off in the evening from 5 o'clock. It came back around 10 o'clock. We heard people, we also have a WhatsApp group. We were told that there's a house that is burning. When we investigated the matter, we were told that it burned shortly after it came back from. Apparently, there was a heater that was left on when the electricity went off. When it came back, for whatever reason, they said it burst the heater. As a result, the bedroom of the old lady caught fire, and it was burnt. Heavily bent, if I can put it that way, and also we tried to make a follow-up or ESCOM came to investigate or to check what was the problem with the house. The unfortunate part, they said that the woman had bypassed the house, hence that the house had to burn. And the unfortunate part as well is that when they went to inspect the house, they only did that without involving the community leaders, because now we don't know what scale was he or she using, or the guy who was investigating, we don't know what scale was he using, or is it true that the house really, it was a bypass, the cable. They came back with that, we lost. ESCOM said that they're not gonna pay the woman. We took the matter to the municipality because she was an indigent holder, indigent policy holder. We were told that the house is burnt above 65,000 rand. Based on that, they cannot reconstruct or build her house again. We found it very unfortunate that when the fire started, it won't determine that now you are at 65,000, I'm no longer burning, I won't burn your house, it will stop. When it's burning, it will just burn beyond. So as to why the municipality is using 65,000 as a barrier to fix some people's houses, it leaves much to be desired. Maybe it's a debate for another day.
Mr. Buthelezi, you've
Yes.
got 5 minutes.
For 5 minutes, okay. Then the other thing that we also want to highlight is that there are also legal implications with what ESCOM is doing. It violates the Energy Regulation Act of number 4 of 2006, the National Energy Act, the Bill of Rights, your just administration, your PAJA. It violates the advance of social justice. It also violates the global treaties and amongst others, economics and social rights of the people, the 1986 African Charter for the Rights and Welfare of the Child, and many other common law and rules and regulations governing the regulation of electricity. we have to state that Section 2A of National Energy states that the objective of the Act is to ensure uninterrupted energy supply to the nation and facilitate energy access by improving the quality of life of the people. So then, with your load reduction, energy or electricity is interrupted, and the quality of life also gets affected. As I've highlighted earlier on, that with load reduction, load shedding, and these split meters results into serious poverty and poverty energy, which also is against some of the prescribed rules and regulations governing the supply of electricity or energy in a country. If there's no access to electricity, adequate housing is affected, a right to education, a right to health, human dignity, all those are affected. Unfortunately, load reduction during the time, days, months, years, is infringing those Bill of Rights, as electricity is supplementing to those rights. In terms of National Development Plan of 2030, it states that the plan wants to outline the commitment and aims to achieve universal energy access by 2030. It further states that this is a significant step in addressing disparities in the energy poverty and improving the well-being of human beings. And lastly, that I just wanted to highlight is that beneath our submission, we have also included the Municipality Act. I won't go with, but I will request maybe when you do your assessment with the view of making some finding, because we feel that municipality has got a role to play when there is load reduction. Because if you read your Municipality Act, Section 776, it states that there are two forms that the service can be supplied to the communities. One, through the internal departments within the municipality. The second one is the outsourcing of that service. In this instance, the 776P has been used to outsource the supply of electricity. Then if you go to Section 81 of the same Municipality Act, it states that irrespective of who is supplying that service, the emphasis still lies on the municipality to make sure that basic services is uninterrupted. So with that said, which means during load reduction, one way or the other, the municipality has to come in and assist the communities with such. I just want to take 1 minute, maybe the last, what we propose maybe as a way forward. One, I don't want to say they must suspend the load reduction, because suspending, which means it will come back again. They must stop it altogether. That's number one. Number two, ESCOM has to separate from those people who cannot pay and those who cannot afford. Number three, they have to distinguish, yes. And also the free basic electricity has to be increased. Number four, electricity tariff structure has to be revised. Because in one instance, I understand that if you buy electricity for 1,000 rand, you only get 700 of electricity token. The balance of 300 rand goes to other charges that are in that tariffs. Municipalities, as I've said, they must assist the communities during load reduction. The other thing also, they have to either, in the meantime, while maybe ESCOM is looking at an alternative for load reduction, they might maybe introduce your load limit. Maybe load limit might be better, so that other than for your house to have all the power for the electricity at that time, while there is a high use of electricity, just to have access to electricity and so forth, as the commissioner, the deputy chairperson has alluded to that. I think with that said, maybe we can have a way forward in tackling the problem that we're facing with load reduction.
You still have 2 minutes.
I've got another 2 minutes, okay. Yeah, I think that's what we think that should happen in order for, because really a load, based on all of the above, that's the one for the load, we really feel that we also have a situation whereby we have your old Khurayisa or old mama gogo. They don't have access to WhatsApp. So now, if you also, because now the only way that we got this, your schedules is through your WhatsApp and so forth. What about those older people who don't have access to WhatsApp? And also, they just found out maybe he has started to cook his or her, if it's an old man, started to cook his or her own porridge for that matter. All of a sudden, the electricity is there. You just have that. And now of late, they will send a schedule, but you'll find that they are no longer going in accordance to the schedule that is, like now in February, there was a schedule that was issued out for February, but all of a sudden it was changed for whatever reason. So those are the other challenges that we normally feel that we are being affected by this load reduction.
Thank you so much. Very clear, very comprehensive. Evidence leaders, over to you, starting with Mr. Sitebe, or do you start with Ms. Mnombo? Ms. Mtembo.
It really causes, it becomes a big challenge. Let's take, for instance, at school, if a child would go in that state with his or her clothes unironed, to those people who does not know that at home there is no reduction, they just assume their parents are careless. That's number one. Number two, as an old person, just imagine going without your things being ironed, the shirts in particular, maybe the trouser, not even the trouser. Because as I've said that we really just make, even people when they see you not ironing, yes, maybe the people around you, they might understand, but even some, they may still not understand as to, we thought Mr. Pteles or Mr. Spear is a decent person, but how can he just went out? They say the wife, why is his wife not ironing his clothes? Forgetting that there's this challenge, really just becomes a difficult situation to. Are you saying I must wake up at 4 o'clock and do ironing? Before it was, we used to get 100 free megawatt, free, is it free megawatt? Not free, free. I know there's a term that they normally use, but it's free basic electricity. We used to get 100 kilowatt. That's kilowatt. So when the DA came in the coalition of municipality government, it was cut off altogether. We never had it. Then, after some pressure from the people, it came back, but it came back reduced to 50. Yeah. The other challenge is that 50 is only catered by the municipality, not by ESCOM, because according to ESCOM, they don't have a free basic electricity, so it's being catered by the municipality. So to answer your question, it's 50 kilowatt that we are receiving currently.
I think it is working. All right, thank you so much, Dr. Sitebe, and thank you for the presentation. Mine, I just want to also start again with you with the time frame. In your submission on page 972 of the bundle, paragraphs 1.1, when you give the overview, you indicate that load reduction started when load shedding was suspended around the election time. But later in your evidence, you indicated that even when there was load reduction prior to the suspension, your community was subjected to both load shedding and load reduction, meaning, which suggests then that actually load reduction may have started before May. So can you please then confirm for us, when did load reduction start exactly in your community? Because there's just a bit of contradiction in your submissions in relation to that.
Yeah. What is happening that before what is happening now, is now we say it's madness of load reduction, if I can put it that way. Around 2021 or 2022, if my memory serves me well, there was a load, it was started a load reduction around 2021 or 2022. It was when load reduction started. So it was at the time when also load shedding was also in our midst as communities. So my reference to the say that we're targeted on two fronts is based on the first experience with load reduction. I mean, yeah, the first load reduction that started around 2001, 2002. So it was started at that time, maybe for about 4 months or 5 months, if I'm not mistaken. Then it was stopped after an outcry from the communities and South Africans as a whole. Then it was stopped for whatever reasons. Then it came back now, when it started last year last year in July, started in July in our communities.
Okay. All right, so it started, it stopped, and then it resumed around July 2023.
It started
2024, my
2024,
apologies. Yes, okay. No, thank you for that clarification. The next question I want to explore with you is the issue around the reasons for load reduction. And just to ensure that I have all the reasons, you did mention at some point the issue of non-payment that was given. Is that correct? Is that one of the reasons that were given to say people are not paying? Are there any other reasons that were given?
Yes, sure. According to ESCOM, the reason for load reductions, one, is non-buying of electricity, because in our area we have prepaid meters. Yeah, so it's non-payment, it's non-buying of electricity. Number two, it's bypassing of electricity. Yeah, sure.
All right. We had evidence, okay, maybe not evidence yet, yet, but we've received submissions from the minister. And in fact, we did hear evidence from NERSA, Minister of Electricity and Energy, and we actually did hear evidence from NERSA that in terms of the existing framework, load reduction can never be used to address an issue of non-payment. The only use of load reduction should be to preserve infrastructure. That's the evidence that we have before us. But you are saying that what you are told is there's load reduction because A, there's non-buying of electricity and there's bypassing of infrastructure. So were you aware then of the fact that load reduction cannot be used for any other purpose than as an emergency measure to address or to prevent infrastructural failures?
Yeah, I think we once heard that, but we don't buy that one, to be honest with you. I think it's just an excuse from ESCOM side, in a sense that people have been buying, once again, without trying to support any forms of non-payment by passing off electricity. People have been doing this for 30 years or so, plus minus. We have never had this kind of that infrastructure is deteriorating or maybe is affected in some way. To us, it's just an issue from the ESCOM side to justify what the injustice that they are doing. So the perception or the narrative that they are doing that to protect their, we don't buy it, really. We don't buy it.
Okay, so when you say you don't buy it, maybe let me rephrase the question. The issue of infrastructure and damage to infrastructure, was it ever raised in relation to your community as a factor that may necessitate the introduction of load reduction?
Yeah, that was communicated. I will tell you the reason why the infrastructure is being damaged. They don't service it. That is why, sorry.
Okay, yeah, in the interest of time, maybe respond to the question first, and then you can elaborate to say, did ESCOM ever say to the community, because you mentioned only two things, bypassing and non-buying. So what I want to know, did they ever say at any point that concern for infrastructure was one of the reasons for load reduction in your community?
Yeah, they normally say that as well. But as I'm saying that, one of the reasons that makes their infrastructure to be ineffective or maybe to be damaged, and so they don't service it. Because previously, ESCOM used to come, before your introduction of load reduction, which I'm told it was introduced by one of their former CEO as an apartheid style, it's an apartheid racist style, to impose or to force people, black communities in particular, to buy electricity. So before that time, ESCOM used to come in our townships, time and again, and they will just inform us, or even if they didn't inform us, they'll just come in the township with their vans, they will remove the oil, replace whatever they see that is damaged. But because now of this intention of to hit us maybe hard, they introduced this load reduction number 2. They stopped to service their infrastructure. And the reason for failing they want your transformer to burn, and then after burning, they will come to your area and install these split meters, which I've also raised. So the intention is to roll out the split meter, and the only way, in some way, apart from the fact that they are moving around, but as soon as your area, the transformer in your area is burned, they'll quickly come and remove that transformer, then install the new transformer, which will allow the usage of your split meters.
Okay, so from that evidence, then you're saying that the reasons communicated to you is actually 3, not 2.
Yes,
okay, I just wanted to confirm that. All right, which is the non-buying, the bypassing of electricity, and concerns around infrastructure. So in your engagements with the community, with ESCOM, are you informed as a community at any point about the reason why electricity is reduction is implemented at a particular point? For example, you have the schedule here for 4 May. Will you be told that on 4 May we are implementing load reduction because of non-buying, or because of bypassing, or because of infrastructure? Is that because there are 3 reasons? And obviously, as a community, you may not know which reason is applicable at a given point in time. So I wanted to get an engagement. Are you informed at any point to say, today this is the reason, maybe tomorrow is a different reason? Like how does the communication work regarding the reasons for load reduction at any given point in time?
Okay. What is happening is that we have WhatsApp groups now within our communities. So the first person who will download that message, we don't know the top part, because sometimes you'll find that some of the schedules, like in a load shedding, they will write at the top that due to on the national grid, because of this and that on national grid, we are anticipating load shedding on this particular days. As for the load reduction, I'll be lying if I have ever seen on that schedule as to what is the reason behind. Because now each time when it comes to in our groups, we'll find that the top part is not there, only the load reduction schedule as per what I've sent you. They'll just say load reduction schedule, then they give you the particular dates.
Okay.
As to the reasons, no, I've never seen that.
All right. Okay, now I'm actually gonna come to the schedule itself. Where you have a schedule, I see here starting from October on page 973, where the load reduction dates are not communicated, are set out for October. So in terms of how then this information is communicated to you as communities, are you given like the schedule for the month? Like maybe just unpack how does it work, or will you only be given a day-to-day schedule and then you've reconstructed it to create a schedule for the months that you've indicated here?
Yeah, normally it is sent like maybe, let's check this one for February, or that one for October that they've made reference. They've made reference to the one for October. You'll find that for November, it will be sent to us around 30 October, depending whoever, because as I've said that, I don't know where these people are getting this schedule, but we'll find that it is now circulating in most of our political groups and even local residents groups. So we'll find that it is circulating. So as to where and how do they get, but normally it comes to us around, but we'll find that some of the people maybe within a group, even it was sent prior, they will say, can someone send me a schedule, maybe in the first week or second week, can someone send us a schedule? So whoever has that capacity or access to it at that time, they will just post it.
Okay, what I'm trying to ask is then the schedule that is communicated, is it a schedule for the month?
Yes, that's for the month.
Okay.
That's for the month, yeah.
And of course, we know that if the issue is infrastructure, you may not necessarily know if there'll be potential threat to infrastructure in December ahead of time, right? Okay, but you're saying how it's communicated for you is the whole month.
It's the whole month.
Okay, it's fine. We'll then get clarity then from ESCOM how that comes about, particularly given that we are told that the only reason is implemented is to reduce risk to infrastructure. I think, all right, on maybe the last question I have is around the free basic electricity allocation. You have proposed in your recommendations that it should be increased. And the question is always, increase to what? and what informs whatever that figure is that you're proposing it be increased to?
I think 50 kilowatts is very small. Maybe if they can start from 200 upwards, that would be affordable, especially for those who are unemployed or for the poor. For that matter, if I can put that way.
Yeah.
The reason, as I've just said, is that people currently, there's a high rate of unemployment. If you can go to the malls, not that people are going to buy, if you can or just walk out on the street, just walk, you will think it's a sorry. Yes, I was saying that I just become emotional. As I'm saying that if you just go out in the street, like during the day, you will think it's a weekend. So you just think it's a weekend because of unemployment. People.
It's very clear. Any further questions?
Yes. Questions on the, again, on the free basic education, not education, electricity allocation. Evidence we've received from other communities relate to the difficulties that communities experience even accessing this free basic electricity. That could be actually residents who qualify, but we know also through our work that there are huge challenges around the indigency application processes. So how accessible is this free basic electricity program to communities, those who are qualifying for that program?
Okay. You remember I said to you earlier on that we used to get the free basic electricity, all of us, irrespective of whether we have before.
Okay.
Then when your DA member came in, it was stopped. Then when it was reintroduced, it was then selective, only given to those who have applied for indigent. It was selective. But I've seen now of late, it has now been given to most of us, even myself. I didn't apply for any indigent. I do get that 50 kilowatt every month, including some of the community members around my neighborhood. And some of within the ward, they also allude to that they do get this free basic electricity. Yes, before it was very difficult to access based on your indigent police, because now we have to be a certain category that before you can get. It was 9,000. If you have a basic salary of less than 9,000 or 800. Then you qualify for that indigent. Other than that, you don't qualify for it. But just to answer your question directly, no, now it is not selective now. Everyone receives it in our area, if I can put it that way.
Okay. Okay, you've run out of time. Thank you, Commissioner. Then that's fine. No, I just wanted to establish the time frame when it was now allocated to everybody. Yes, thanks.
No, let's park that question. We have run out of time.
Okay.
Commissioner Makwasha?
Thank you, Commissioner Ngozi. I just want to go and touch on one of the evidence leaders' question, and it speaks to, again, the question of the free basic electricity. But I just want clarity on the timelines, when it was cut off, if you have the dates, and then when it was returned. I think that's important, and perhaps when we were given testimony, it was stated that it takes 350 rand to get you the 100 kilowatts, and how we looking at it is that 200 would be about 700 rand. I'm a lawyer, so my maths may not be on point, and I apologize for that. That's the first question. If you can just give us those dates and timelines on the free basic electricity timelines. You don't have to do it now. You can
Okay,
give to us in writing.
If you don't have them now, it's fine. We can revisit them.
Later.
I saw that you are pained to speak about the impact unemployment has in respect of access to electricity. And I think I'm going to touch on it just a bit more. It's something that we have noted, the theme of dignity. You touched on it in that, it affects going to work. You go to work with wrinkled clothes. It affects a learner going to school with wrinkled clothes, and it affects them continuously. But let's touch on it again, the impact that load reduction has on a person's dignity. You eloquently touched on the impact it has on basic education and early childhood development, but perhaps elaborate on the impact it has on health, as well as life, and that aspect. Then I'll come back. Chair.
Yeah, I think let's start with dignity, because now, like for instance, if really you will go out of your house without your clothes being ironed, for that matter, and also your children going to school without, I think dignity in some way is being violated. Your dignity as a person, and also your home and your family is being violated. On the issue of right to education, as I've highlighted that most the schools, they are using smart smart tablet or smart board, for that matter. So if there's no electricity during that period, obviously their right to education is affected. When they come back home to do their homework, it's being affected. Hence, I'm indicating that access to education is also being affected. On the issue of access to health, it's also, as the first speaker has alluded as well, that your clinics, if your clinic is also around that, when you come there, maybe because you have to be at the clinic earlier. When you come there at that time, maybe at that, you go to a clinic, you are critically ill, because you cannot just go straight there to it. Not critical like you are dying, like just you are very ill. But you have to start the process that you have to start with the clinic. When you arrive at the clinic, they'll tell you that there's no electricity. They cannot capture you, what you call the file or whatever. So hence I'm saying that access to health as well is affected.
I'm going to refer to your written submission, it's on page 974. And this is item 1.1.10, and you say,
Yes, I got it. Thank you. Sorry.
and you're saying that according to ESCOM, it is targeting all areas of which people are not paying or buying electricity regularly or have bypassed electricity. Now, in your testimony, you gave us the story of the old lady who, according to ESCOM's investigation, had bypassed electricity.
Sure.
Can you please provide us with perhaps the historical context of how your community is structured, and whether people have tried to then join ESCOM legally, so that this then takes place?
I'm saying, but still, people have connected illegally.
Not illegally, but you find, for example, let's talk about, for hypothetical, there's a new township,
Okay.
and community members are saying, we want to join the grid.
Oh, okay.
And then ESCOM takes 10 to 15 years, and then eventually, because of that, they then have to bypass to have access to electricity. Is that the same situation that's happening within your community?
No, not like that. I think the biggest challenge is that, as I've indicated, most of the people are unemployed, so they cannot afford electricity. So, as I've said once again, I'm not condoning any of their act, but what we have noticed most of the time, that people, and also in other wards, the information that we get that people, they bypass the electricity because some will tell you that they are not employed. And also, as I've said, that they've installed this speed meter. Speed meter, I don't know whether you know it, have you ever heard of a speed meter? If you put 50 kilowatt and try to iron your clothes, within 5 minutes, 10 minutes, that 50 kilowatt is gone, hypothetically so. So that's why I've said to you that my geyser, your electrical stove, not only myself, most of the people around me, they've switched off those stuff, because now, once you put your electricity, you switch on those appliances, your electricity within a week will be gone. So apparently people now, they now bypass their electricity so that they can have access to electricity. Some, those that are not employed at all, they bypass electricity so that they can have access to electricity without paying.
Does it also include the speed meters, so they bypass the speed meters as well?
I heard so that they do. I don't know how true is that.
All right. Now, in your opening submission, you spoke about submissions you've made to ESCOM, to the municipality, as well as to the portfolio committee regarding the energy crisis within your community. Have you perhaps tried to speak to the energy regulator, NERSA, who came and testified before the commission that they do offer those services to communities regarding the role of license holders?
We haven't taken that decision because now we felt that we have to, protocol has to be observed, because now if you can go to NERSA, NERSA will ask, did you approach the relevant departments or that ESCOM for that matter? So we haven't, and the other thing, we didn't even think of approaching NERSA, because to us, NERSA and ESCOM are brothers. So whatever we may try to say from our own perception, because now each and everything that ESCOM is asking, NERSA, literal, hypothetical, so they are giving, or literally speaking.
Thank you, Chair. That was my last question.
Thank you so much. Vosloras is in Soweto. No, not Soweto. Ekurhuleni, yes. In popular discourse and everywhere, people allege that there's a culture of non-payment in those townships. How do you answer to such charges?
Yeah, it's true that most of the people are not paying. I've also observed during this KRN, you remember there was-
Coding.
Yeah, coding. I've observed that most of the people went there and paid 500 rand fines, which also concludes that most of the people are either bypassing or not buying electricity at all.
The issue of responsibilities, rights come with responsibilities, of course. You mentioned that you constituted a neighborhood watch to make sure that people don't damage the infrastructure. And really, I want to pause there and salute your community, because as a Human Rights Commission, we speak of rights, but we also speak of responsibilities. So really, I really want to salute your community. You mentioned that bypass happens, illegal connections happens. What has Sanco done to curb that issue? Do you feel that there is any responsibility that you have as a civic organization to either encourage committee members not to engage in such? You have said over and over again, we don't condone it, we don't condone it. Have you approached the police, ESCOM, authorities to say that person engages with in illegal connections and therefore it's affecting all of us? Can you speak to that in terms of your responsibility? Do you feel that you have a responsibility to contribute to curbing the problem of illegal connections?
If you remember very well in my testimony, I indicated that last year in September, we had a public meeting whereby we were speaking to our, in actual fact, the community had raised these issues of split meters, free basic electricity, or these tariffs, and also the load reduction. We kept on emphasizing to them that whilst we'll be trying to find ways of assisting communities with the issue that they've raised. We don't condone any act of bypassing of non-payment of electricity. So to answer your question, as where possible, if we find space, we normally articulate that to our community. But on the question of pointing out that my neighbor has done that, we don't do that, or we haven't done it because one, we don't know who has bypassed and who has not bypassed. I might say Mr. Spear has bypassed his electricity, only to find that that's a perception amongst the people because he's not employed. When we go there, the police go there, find out he's not working. They will say Mr. Ptilisi said, because that's the perception from the people that if you report something to the highest office, they come back or the police for that matter, they come back and say Mr. Ptilisi said you don't buy electricity, so they're gonna target my house and my family.
Are you saying that even with the installation of split meters, load reduction has continued?
Unabated.
The last question for me, in the short term, you have highlighted that communication is a problem. Not that it's a problem, that you feel that there's no care in properly communicating, not only the schedule, but the reason for load reduction. In the short term, while we are still, conducting the inquiry, what will be your recommendation as far as improving communication is concerned in the short term?
Okay. First and foremost, their local offices no longer there. It takes about 8 kilometers from us, from our place of residing, to reach ESCOM offices. That's number one. So for the fact that, like the example that I've made of an old lady for that matter, who wants to go and communicate with ESCOM for whatever reasons,
Yes.
communication will be disrupted for the fact that there's a distance going to the offices of a telecom. Number two, the unfortunate part is that, as I've said, that I don't know, but some of the people, they say they download this schedule from ESCOM website. But really, in terms of time, as I've said, that we tried on numerous occasions to speak to ESCOM so that they can come back to us and clarify the issue of load reduction to the communities, and also in other challenges, your split meters, your tariffs, and so forth, where up to now we didn't. ESCOM has not come back to us, let alone the municipality has not tried to make sure that ESCOM come to us. I will just add that last week on Friday there was another meeting was called by one councillor. We hijacked and went there. The councillor, one of the councillors invited to that meeting, but we went there not as Sanco, as individual, affected individuals within the community. So as for us as Sanco, we've got the letters in black and white that we have asked a meeting with ESCOM, but that has never happened or taken place for that matter. So to answer you, the communication has been not in good spaces. It's not good at all.
The very last question, is there a position from the mother body on load reduction? Of course, you are representing the zonal tax team, but are you aware of a national position from the mother body, and also any attempts that they've made within the alliance, but as also as a national body, to intervene on this matter?
As far as I know, I've never had any intervention. I don't say it's not there.
Yes.
But from where I'm sitting, I've never heard of it, number one. Number two, I'm also still new in the zonal structure of the, only came here, I think it's 2 years now.
Okay.
Yeah, so now maybe the leadership might respond to that question. Because we also have a regional secretary, deputy secretary, maybe that one might be answered by him.
Okay.
But as for my side, because even in the media, I've never seen any of such attempt from the mother board. But now, I know even if where they are, even if I don't have that information, they might be fighting for this, for the communities.
Mr. Buthelezi, as well as the leadership of Sanco, Mrs. Bia and Daba, thank you so much for the clear testimony, for the frank manner in which you engage with us, very authentic. We will excuse you now, but we truly thank you for your testimony. Thank you so much. You are excused. Without wasting time, we will proceed with the next witness, Mpumalanga Province, Vlakte, number 1. Is it here? Can you see indication? How many speakers will be presenting? Okay, that's fine. You'd also help us with the pronunciation of this difficult name. Are you comfortable?
Good day, Chair.
Are you comfortable? Are you seated nicely?
I am good.
Thank you so much for joining us this morning. I'm going to be administering the oath now. Are you going to be swearing or making an affirmation?
I'll be swearing, Chair.
For the purposes of administering the oath, will you state your full names for the record?
Okay. My name is Sello Peter Harold Malike.
Silo Peter Harold
Malike.
Malike. Do you swear that the testimony that you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? If that's the case, will you raise your right hand and say, "So help me God"?
So help me God.
The stage is yours.
Good day, everybody. My name is, as I've already introduced myself, I come from Vlakte number 1. Vlakte number 1 is a village situated in Mpumalanga province, within the former KwaNdebele homeland, about 100 kilometers from Pretoria. The village falls under the jurisdiction of the Chembisile Hani local municipality and is home to approximately 3,500 households, all of which depend entirely on Eskom for their electricity needs. Load reduction challenges in our village. Since the end of load shedding last year, our village has continued to face ongoing load reduction. We have not experienced any relief from the constant power outages. Every other day, we endure 4-hour power cuts occurring from 5 o'clock a.m. to 7 o'clock a.m. and again from 5 p.m. to 7 p.m. Here, what I mean about every other day, it means every second day there is load reduction in our village. Additionally, load reduction is scheduled for the first day of each month, meaning if load reductions falls on the last day of the current month, we face 2 consecutive days of load reduction, meaning today and tomorrow we'll have load reduction. To make matters worse, starting from the 3rd of February 2025, load reduction is now a daily occurrence. Power outages are scheduled from 5 a.m. to 7 a.m. in the mornings and from 7 p.m. to 9 p.m. in the evenings. We feel that our village is being unfairly targeted, as neighboring areas such as Tweefontein Extension K, which is, we are separated by a street from Tweefontein K, and Kwagafontein, which is situated 7 kilometers away, and Vlakte number 2, which is also situated about a distance of 7 kilometers away, do not experience such power cuts. The effects of load reduction. The first is the effect of load reduction on the community. The first point is safety of people traveling to work in the mornings. Most residents commute to Pretoria for work, taking the bus early in the morning. At around 5 a.m., it is still dark, making commuters vulnerable to muggings and robberies, particularly as they wait at the bus stop for their transport. Several mugging incidents have been reported, especially in the mornings. The second point is the cost of alternative power sources. Households are compelled to spend more on alternative power sources such as paraffin, petrol or diesel for those who have generators and expensive self-charging lights or candles. The third point is criminal activities. A rise in criminal activities has been observed during periods of load reduction. Crimes of opportunity, such as burglaries, cable theft, muggings, often occur under the cover of darkness and caused by the power outages. The third point is catalyst for social unrest. On the 10th of February this year, the updated load shedding schedule sparked a service delivery protest leading to the community of Vlaklegte number 1 to block access to the village. Protesters also barricaded the major provincial R573 road. Now I come to the point of effects of load reduction on education. The first point is preparing children for school. With school typically starting at around 7:30 a.m., the absence of electricity in the mornings makes it challenging for parents to prepare their children for school, particularly primary school children. For example, kids have to take cold baths, and preparing breakfast will also be a challenge. The second point is student studies. Most students are unable to study in the evenings due to lack of electricity. The effects of load reduction on business. The first point is the cost of alternative power sources. Your SMMEs have to spend money to buy alternative power sources such as generators, gas stoves, etc., so that they'll be able to provide services to their customers. The cost of this adds to their bottom line and thus affects their profits. The second point affecting business is a reduction of operating hours, which also affects their profit. Small businesses who are unable to afford alternative power sources are compelled to shut down, cutting their operating hours and negatively affecting their profits. When we inquire about why our village is subjected to constant load reduction, we are told that many residents have illegal electricity connections. However, if this is the case, why are those with legal connections being penalized? Is the company saying that in the entire country, we are the worst offenders? Is ESCOM saying that in all these villages that do not experience load reduction, there are no illegal connections? Our village, which uses prepaid meters, and unlike other areas that owe ESCOM billions of rents, we do not have any outstanding debts. This raises the question, why is our village being treated unfairly? Although we are a semi-rural village, this should not give us ESCOM the right to favor other areas over us. We wonder, when the Minister of Electricity, Dr. Khurayisa Ramukopa, announced that there will be no more load shedding, which areas was he referring to? Since Vlaklegte number 1 has experienced scheduled power outages without interruption. We hope and trust that the Human Rights Commission will hear our plea and ensure that monopolies like ESCOM do not violate our human rights and dignity. The questions that we want ESCOM to answer: why are we put under this perpetual load reduction? The second one is, what criteria is being used to select or place areas under load reduction? And what exempts other areas from load reduction?
Thank you so much. That's a good note to end on, and we undertake to ask those questions on your behalf. We'll do so. Over to you, evidence leaders, Mr. Msitebe.
Hello, can you hear me? Okay, thank you very much, Chairperson Lochani, Mr. Malik. Giabong. Two questions, I won't be long. I almost asked my question is in the belly, but that is different. You mentioned that the other areas are just a street away. You mentioned them here on page 751 of your submission. It's in the smaller one, the one. Let's see. Yeah. 751. Paragraph 80, we feel that our village is being unfairly targeted as neighboring areas. And then you list them. Tweefontein Extension K is a street away. Vlaklaagte, Kwaggafontein, 7 kilometers away. Vlaklaagte 2, 7 kilometers away, do not experience. When you, in your understanding, why a street away yet they are not affected by load reduction? I don't expect you to know the answer, but if you can assist.
Yeah, thanks. Tweefontein K and Vlaklaagte, we just, Tweefontein K was added later. So from the edge of Vlaklaagte, it's just a street, and for, next to that is Tweefontein Extension K. And when we experience load reduction, you can see Tweefontein K. The lights are on. From my home, I can also see Vlaklaagte number 2. The lights are on. Kwaggafontein, the lights are on. Even the other areas, Verena. Every time, especially in the evenings, when our lights go out, those areas do not experience them. And also, my sister stays in Tweefontein K. So when she comes over and there is a power outage, he says, we don't have this in our area. So the question is, why us then?
Last question. Issue of communication is now pertinent today. It's coming out quite strong. When and how do you know when load reduction is going to happen to Vlaklaagte number 1 of Funjan?
Chair, as I've said, ours is perpetual. After the suspension of load shedding was announced, we went to load reduction. Initially, they issued out schedules. I recall the schedule for June. I have it, the schedule for July. But from that, I haven't seen the schedule. But I know, we know, all of us, if today is load shedding, tomorrow load reduction, tomorrow we don't have it. The day after we'll have it. So ours is perpetual. And there's never been any communication as to why the perpetual load reduction.
Cool. Chairperson, thank you very much.
Ms. Mulombo.
All right, thank you. The first question would be the question I've asked the other presenters. Okay, it's the question I've asked the other presenters. I'm really obsessed with the issue of timeframes. As I've indicated, the evidence we have received from other communities is that load reduction predates the decision to suspend load shedding last year around May. So I just wanted, but in your submissions, you are indicating in your community, it only, are you saying it only started when load shedding was suspended, and that you never experienced load reduction as a community before then?
Before the suspension of load shedding, when there was no load shedding, there was load rotation. So one area will experience that, will be happy. The next thing, it will affect us. The other areas are not affecting. So it was done to all villages. But now after this load reduction, we are, since, as I've said, from the suspension of load shedding, it's a straight line for us.
The issue of, you say the main reason you've been given for this load reduction is the issue of illegal connections. Maybe first, let me establish from you, are you aware of the prevalence of illegal connections in your community?
No. What happens, the other reasons we were given is that there's a case whereby some subcontractors from ESCOM were responsible for designing or producing electricity vouchers that you pay. So some have stolen that the vouchers, and they are being sold, and they are very cheap. For 350, you can get something like 1,000 watts, 1,000 kilowatts, which will drive you for the whole year. So the reason we were given is that there is illegal connections. I don't believe that is the case. People, yes, the purchasing of illegal electricity vouchers, and it doesn't occur in only my village. I participate in many WhatsApp groups. Even in Pretoria, there's a WhatsApp group I'm in Silverton. And these people are selling, it's a holiday to them. They are selling this. They just paste a message. If you need electricity, just call me, WhatsApp me on this number, you'll get that. What is ESCOM doing about that? People are buying electricity, but yes, they're buying it illegal, but what is ESCOM doing about that?
Okay, you said you are not aware of the illegal connections. You're only aware of the illegal or the buying of tokens. But just on the issue of illegal connections, you may not be aware of it, but ESCOM is saying that is their reason. So have you then engaged with ESCOM regarding what they are doing or intending to do about illegal connections, given that is their stated reason for the load reduction?
Communication with ESCOM is difficult. They had an office in the Kwaggafontein Mall. That office has been closed. And as I've said, that we don't get communication with ESCOM. And about the issue of illegal connections, what happens in our area is that if there is an illegal connection, it's not an illegal connection per se. We have prepaid each and every house has a meter connected to that. So if it's an illegal connection, they would have bypassed the meter. They would have bypassed the meter. But straight from the streets to ESCOM boxes, there's no such in our village. So you'll be bypassing, hence I'm saying it will be difficult for me to say, yes, there's an illegal collection. A person would have bypassed the meter in their homes.
Okay. All right, now coming to, okay, we'll come to the recommendations shortly, but coming to the issue of the schedule. the load reduction schedule for your community, how is it communicated and when is like we've heard the evidence before you to say in Force Flores, it is communicated a month in advance. Is it a similar situation in your community?
As I've said, Chair, ours is just perpetual. If today it's load shedding, load reduction, tomorrow we know there will be a load reduction. On the third day, there is load reduction. Since June, it is like that. They communicated it in June, in July. From then on, it just occurs. Of late, I think on the 3rd of February, they said they'll be implementing it on 2 days, but it was across Tembisile. But in our case, then we started experiencing, now it became every day. Hence, on the 10th, we had there was service delivery protest, of which it somehow helped because we held a meeting with ESCOM, even the municipality, and they made a sacrifice of in the mornings will no longer be experiencing a load reduction. But now it was every day in the evening, and they changed it. Remember, initially it was 5 to 7 p.m. They changed it to from the 3rd of February, from 7 p.m. to 9 p.m. Fortunately, I don't know, by some miracles, since yesterday, I don't know what will be the situation today. There's never been, yesterday there were no power cuts.
Okay. So in other words, it's no longer communicated, but is scheduled now, is accepted that every second day you will not have power. Okay. Lastly then, let's deal with the issue of recommendations, because I think in your presentation you've really touched on why it's happening, the impact, but what are you proposing be done about the situation as a community member?
If the system has challenges, I think first of all we all must sacrifice, not one particular community. We cannot be the sacrificial lamb for the entire KwaNdebele or South Africa. Let this be also, or other villages experience this, because we feel like we are being unfairly treated. And secondly, if they say people have illegal connections, what are they doing about that? Instead, you are penalizing that. There are people who are purchasing electricity, where I normally purchase electricity. You'll always get a queue. You'll find 3, 4 people, sometimes 6. Many people are due buy electricity. So why must they be penalized?
Clear. Thank you so much, Commissioner Makwasha.
Thank you so much, Chair of the session, of the inquiry for that. I think it's important you touched on something that has not been discussed today, the impact of, or substantially touched, the impact of load reduction on businesses. You spoke about they have to reduce hours, but then can you just elaborate on that aspect? Collectively, does it also impact the increase on unemployment?
It will, Chair. First of all, especially people, for example, people who are in the fast food business. Usually that late in the evenings, it's where most people will be buying, people who do not have time to prepare for dinner. That's where business is booming. Now, when there is load reduction, obviously they are not being, and they don't have alternative power sources. They're forced to shut down. And this will also lead to, once you don't have a profit, that is your only source of income. once the business shuts down, it means you also joining the unemployment because you were self-employed. Now you become unemployed.
Thank you for that. Now, I think I've not asked this question. You'll be the first I'm asking of it. The impact of load reduction and the schedule thereof. Now, you've touched that there's a schedule, but then now, naturally, you're aware that this is going to happen, load reduction. My question would be, now I've lost my trail of thought, Chair. So I'm going to allow you to come in and then I'll just come back for that question.
No, unfortunately, the testimony was so clear and so comprehensive. I don't have questions. Catalyst for social unrest. You say, one of the unintended consequences is that it leads to unrest, catalyst for social unrest. Can you unpack that a little bit more?
Chair, we got used to that each and every second day we'll have load reduction. But now from the 3rd of February, it was now daily. And they changed the hours from 5 p.m. to 5 to 7 p.m. in the evening to 7 to 9 p.m. The community was angry. We confronted the councillors, they couldn't give us the answers. And a decision was taken that it's a no-go area. Buses are not coming in, taxis are not coming in. Even we blockaded the major R573 route, which is the lifeblood of KwaNdebele. Nothing goes to Pretoria or comes from Pretoria without that route. That was because of this load reduction.
Thank you, Chair. My question was about the issue of the suppliers of these high tokens, which has an impact collectively on the vouchers, yes. Now, you're saying that they are in WhatsApp groups, they are in community communications. Now, you said, what is ESCOM doing about it? But my question to you is, what are you as community leaders doing about it to ensure that these people are reported to ESCOM and ESCOM takes the necessary steps?
First of all, Chair, I think ESCOM is not serious about this thing. I'm not sure when it was announced, but even the Minister of Electricity was there. They gave out WhatsApp numbers to report fraud and all that. The unfortunate part is that number, it's a chatbot. You send information in there, you get similar answers, fine. But do they check that this particular number send information to that, to this number? It is never. There are instances where we send information, 1, 2, 3 is happening. They never even got back to us. So meaning to them, it's a checkboxing exercise to the public that we are doing something about fraud, we are doing something about criminality that is facing ESCOM. And we believe that they are, but in actual fact, they don't.
Thank you, Chair. That was my question.
Thank you so much. As I said, the submission was very clear. We thank you for your clear testimony. We thank you for your leadership in your community. Please, may you continue doing that. Your testimony will help our inquiry, and you are excused. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Chair.
We will adjourn for a lunch break. Can we agree to come back at exactly 1:30? 1:30 we will be starting, not coming back. 1:30 we will be starting. Thank you so much. Good afternoon. Welcome back. The live stream, are we back? Thank you so much. Welcome back from the break. We hope you are well nourished and that your right to food was upheld and promoted and protected, as we like to do. The last witness before us will be the Khurayisa community, represented by Kat Machaya. Am I correct? Okay, thank you so much. Will you be swearing or affirming? Swearing by swearing to God. Affirm, you be swearing to God. Okay. No, that's fine. I will guide you. I will guide you. For purposes of this process, can you state your full names as they appear on your identity document? If you can put on your mic.
Chief. Hello. My full name is Katiti Somila Machaya, as stated on my ID.
Thank you so much. Do you swear that the testimony that you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? If that's the case, will you raise your right hand and say, "So help me God"?
So help me God.
Thank you. The stage is yours.
Awesome. Hi guys. I hope you had a good lunch. And I'll be talking, well, at least my experience of load reduction as a resident of Khayelitsha, and specifically the Muway area, which is heavily impacted by the scourge of load reduction and electricity power outages. And where I wanted to start off, well, at least in the... Oopsie. Must we do it again? Yeah!
We'll start again. The sign interpreter has just arrived, so we will begin. If you can just begin with your full names.
Sure. My full name is Katiti Somila Machaya, as stated on my ID.
The witness has been duly sworn in, so we won't do that again. You may proceed.
Just a little bit context again. I live in a community that's heavily impacted by load reduction currently, and we experience it every day. Where it starts isn't exactly to do with electricity, but it has to do with land invasion. During COVID in 2020, there was a mass call out to get people to move into and claim land. And what happened is that a community that's already affected by dwindling resources has now had a huge influx of people. And one of the major hot topics is electricity and power usage, as well as electricity theft. And we've been heavily impacted now by that movement into Khayelitsha. So that movement happened roughly in 2020, and now in 2024, as you can see in the presentation or the PowerPoint that I had printed out, there's an entire community that has formed. And that community solely relies on the stolen power of the current, the original community that's there has RDP housing and allocated homes. And the new community, which is built up of shacks, solely uses that community's power. And because of that, we've resulted in intermittent load reduction for 2 to 5 hours a day. If we don't have it in the morning, we'll have it in the evening. And that's really impacted our lives at a fundamental level, because we're not promised any stable power. Our technology and equipment is severely affected by this. Our schooling is affected by this. The cleanliness, overall cleanliness, because you can't even have a geyser. You don't know when your geyser's working. Certain equipments aren't working. Your fridge and your food is affected. It has just been an overall nightmare as a resident of Khayelitsha to be impacted by this. And the biggest problem with this is, since nobody wants to take ownership of this problem in Khayelitsha. And what I mean by that is that when load reduction started, we informed the government about what is happening, and it's due to illegal theft of electricity. Our entire community has signed petitions We've sent it to police. We've even opened a few cases where we've caught perpetrators. Myself, I've held a perpetrator, someone who was stealing power directly from my box. I went out, I saw him doing what he was doing. I held him there. I called the police 3 separate occasions. For 45 minutes, we stood there standing in the rain. Nobody came to help. So I just asked him to fix what he had done, and then he left. Not a day later, we lost power again. And when we lose power, when it's tampering, not through load reduction, we're not going to see that fixed anytime soon. So roughly 4 to 5 days of a pure power outage. Then again, the problem with food comes into play because now we don't have everything in our fridge is rotting. So now if I want to focus on the criminal aspect of what's going on and where truly the injustice is occurring. So the main issue right now is that criminality is brazen and it's happening in your face, and the people or the perpetrators doing it do not care because there's no inherent consequence. That is the problem. Because there are Khayelitsha residents who pay for their rates, who pay for their water, who pay for their electricity. Why are we struggling? Why do we not get power when we pay for it? Why is it that we pay for it in our taxes, in our VAT, in our luxury taxes? For some reason, everywhere we're taxed to the nines. But for some reason, when we go home, we can't even enjoy the basic right that we pay for, which is electricity. I don't understand why Eskom refuses to take ownership over this. The city of Cape Town has absolutely no power because apparently Khayelitsha is on the national grid, so we are a government baby. But government doesn't want to take ownership because Cape Town is by and large and the Western Cape is a DA child. So we've got 2 powerhouses who have the power to do something who absolutely refuse to take ownership and take responsibility for what's happening in our community. Just to focus on the other aspects of, or the outcomes of load reduction, is that we no longer have functioning streetlights. So crime and petty theft is at an all-time high. People are losing really small things that they add on. People will climb into your house and steal clothing from your washing line. There's no jobs, there's no like feeling of safety in a community where it's always dark. So you can't come home late because there's no power, you can't see anything. The individuals who are illegally connecting the wires are profiting off of it. So there is a growing criminal syndicate forming because there are people who are skilled in the theft of electricity who are hired to come in to connect the illegal connections. They profit off of it and they leave. And as soon as we report it, I myself have opened 2 cases with the SAPs. When it is reported, SAPs will, in a month or in 2 months' time, come and cut the wires down. But the issue is, the moment they leave, within an hour's time, illegal connections are back. So it's just a constant downhill battle, where at every avenue where we email, we talk to government, we make phone calls, our community leaders, at every avenue we are ignored. And it gives me such hope to see that I'm here and I'm being heard, and something is at least being done about it in the background. Maybe I don't understand what's going on, but I do understand that this case matters and people are seeing the outcomes that are happening in our streets. The fundamental issue is the land invasion and then the struggle for limited resources, the current crabs in a bucket mentality, and the rising crime and reign of criminal syndicates. Because once the syndicates move in, there's no taking them out. So can we focus on the negligence of what's currently happening, and can we find solutions as to what can we do, and something tangible? What can we do about what is happening? Why is it that the entire neighborhood is being punished for the acts of a few? Why is it that my power that I pay for, and my home that is completely separate from other homes, why is that home being shut down as well? Why do I share electricity with other people? there's just fundamental questions that I'd like ESCOM to answer to, and I would like my power back. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much. You have used your time very wisely and very sparingly.
Yeah.
You still have about 5 minutes. Do you have anything more to add?
I'd much prefer questions
Okay.
because I can't really expand if it's not focused.
That's fine.
Yeah.
That's fine. Thank you so much. That's why we have evidence leaders. Mr. Sitebe?
Just for clarity before I commence, the PowerPoint here, sorry, yeah, the PowerPoint is prepared by Kat Mataya. And
Yeah.
We have another submission which commences on page 754.
Yeah.
But then that one is prepared by Nikiza Mataya.
Oh, my mother is Nikiza Machaya.
Nikiza Mataya.
Yes.
So are we supposed to read these documents together? Is this submission yours as well?
Yes, it counts as mine.
Okay.
So there's been, my mother's also sent multiple emails on top of what I've been doing.
Yeah, I wish to also engage you on your mother's submission, which I understand.
Oh, please.
Your submission.
Is that in the bundle?
It's in the bundle there.
What page number?
There's a file on your left. Left.
Oh, left, yeah.
Yeah, that one. So that is the page 754.
Yeah.
Okay, but
Excellent.
before the submission.
Okay.
Yeah, this is
No, that's not on.
He's sabotaging me. Which one should I use, Jack? This one? Okay, can you please take this one?
Doesn't like you.
No, he gave me the impression that it was on. Okay, thank you, Chair. Sorry about that. I couldn't understand. You mentioned that your electricity is national, but at the same time,
Yes.
it's who's providing with electricity? Is it the City of Cape Town or ESCOM or any other service provider? I'm a bit confused there.
So in the city of Cape Town, I think the large majority black population, which is Harare and Khayelitsha,
Yeah.
are primarily provided electricity by the national grid ESCOM.
Oh, okay.
So the entirety of city of Cape Town
Yeah.
is, except the black people,
Yeah.
is essentially on the lower scale load shedding. So when we all get, like, for example, Gauteng gets its stage 4,
Yeah.
Khayelitsha will get stage 4, but city of Cape Town will get stage 2.
Okay.
That's the current discrepancy that's happening with power, at least.
Okay, let's limit it to load reduction.
Yes.
So with load reduction, what happens when Khayelitsha gets load reduction? Are you then saying that the other parts of Cape Town do not get load reduction?
Yes, I'm saying fundamentally
Yeah.
we get on top of load shedding, but
Yeah.
to stick to load reduction.
Yeah, yeah.
We will get load reduction every day from 5 a.m. to 7 a.m., right? If it does not go off, then it will go off at 5 p.m. to 7 p.m. without fail every
Yeah.
single day. And then the issue with that is that some days the power won't come back. And it turns out that's a human error because in our area, it's actually the individual who's in charge of bringing power back. We know where they live. And it turns out there's often moments where they are physically not at work because of they're inebriated. So they don't finish their job of returning power. So power will go off at 5 and we'll see at 11 a.m. the next day.
When did the load reduction, the extent that it is now, that is happening every day, 5 to 7 or more than that, when do you have a precise memory of when did it commence?
It's
Not load shedding.
Load reduction.
Yes.
I don't have a date for you, but I can tell you when the illegal connections started at the, you know, the street lights, those little tall ones.
Yeah.
When the illegal connections started connecting there,
Yeah.
that's when we started getting indefinite load reduction and not a schedule. So it would just go off willy-nilly when someone decides. And there's no statistic proving why we're struggling with this.
Yeah.
There's no justification for it. It's just, it's releasing pressure on the grid. That's the same story we're being told.
When you say indefinite, you mean indefinite in a number of days or number of hours?
In hours, and it's random in terms of how consistent it is. So the reason why I speak to statistics is
Yeah.
because if statistics are given that this area takes 80% of the power usage, we need to drop it.
Yes.
Then they can give you a time frame for how long they can keep doing it.
Yes.
But there's been no communication of that. So it feels, from my end, someone who doesn't know much, it
Yes.
feels like this is malpractice that is occurring here.
Okay. Chairperson, to the submission now, page 734.
Yeah.
There's a paragraph there towards the end. It starts with, I constantly report this to ESCOM,
Yeah.
and it falls on deaf ear. Can you please elaborate a bit on this?
Yeah.
Yeah,
So when you have a power outage, you can report it directly to ESCOM.
yeah,
So we have a log of all of those reports.
Yeah.
Every time we have a power outage,
yeah.
whether it's a load shedding, load reduction, or just straight up big cruelty, we report it.
Can you please go to page 735?
Yeah.
It says Friday, 10 January 2025.
Yes.
Can you please read there after good morning, Yolanda? These appears to be logs of when you reported
Yes.
the load reduction to. Please read that paragraph into the record, please.
I just wanted to inform you that the electricity went off this morning at 5 a.m. and still has not returned. She is emailing at 7:34 a.m.
Yeah. Okay. Page 736. The next page. Please enter into the record the reference number 9006000596. It's the 30th of December 2024. Please read that. Hi, Yolanda.
Hi, Yolanda. Here with my reference again. We have had load reduction that started at 5 p.m. and just came back just before 8 p.m.
Yeah, so that's 5 hours. The other one, can you please enter Happy Christmas, Honorable Minister, and then please read below. It's the 25th of December 2024.
Yes. The cruelty of load reduction persists, even on Christmas Day. We are subjected to load shedding once again with the added injustice of load reduction, disproportionately affecting only a fraction of Khayelitsha residents. We are still looking for your intervention on this matter.
That's 25th of December, 9:25 a.m. An email wrote to the Minister of Electricity, Khurayisa. So the email is there together with other people at ESCOM and so on.
Yes, sir.
The next one is the 1st of December 2024. Hi, Yolanda. One sent at 8:01 p.m. Can you please read the message after Hi, Yolanda?
Here with my reference again, we have had load reduction that started at 5 p.m. and came back just before 8 p.m.
Okay, page 738. At the bottom there, Wednesday, 18 December 2024. Dear Yolanda, and then can you please read from the on 21st October until where it says ref number?
On 21st of October, power went off at 5 a.m., reference number 8640645152, and left by 1 p.m., and I'm not sure what time it returned. Oh, on Thursday, 5th December 2024, power went off at 5 a.m. and returned just after 3:30 p.m., reference number 887161883, 10 hours. On Thursday, 12th of December 2024, power went off at 5 a.m. and returned at 2 p.m., reference 887127400. On Sunday, the 15th of December 2024, power went off at 5 a.m. and returned at 11:45, reference number 887161883. A week before the 28th, 21st, power went off for 23 hours. On the 28th of August, my power was cut off by someone who was fiddling on the transformer. I reported this matter with ESCOM, reference number 842276961, and it took ESCOM almost 4 days to come around and fix the problem. My previous email explains what this does, when this continuous load reduction does to us and our daily bread. This load reduction is killing us. This load reduction is destroying not only our assets / equipments, It's destroying our future generation. Our youth are losing jobs. Crime has escalated. Those that are meant to be at, those that are meant to work from home, because you are not sure if it goes off at 5 a.m. or 5 p.m. Will it come back? And many times it goes off for long hours. Please assist.
Chair, the remainder of the pages are emails written in the same language, so I don't want to canvass it.
Yeah.
But maybe last point before I leave. You spoke very deeply about how crime is exacerbated by this load reduction, but it's a vicious cycle. Because there's no electricity, there's a tendency to commit more crime, and because of more crime, there's a tendency to connect, people jumping over and telling them. Do you mind, just in short term, speak to what that does to a community, even of law-abiding citizens, people who are eager to contribute positively to the economy of the country, to the fixing of the electrical challenges of the country, living in a sustained community of darkness coupled with crime that comes with darkness, coupled with crime that steals the very same electricity and therefore forging you further down into darkness, just in few terms?
I think the easiest way is, I don't think we should be surprised when we see riots from 2021, when you kill off the last few people who are trying to do things the right way. I want to personally speak on this because when I was coming home late one evening, I had caught electricity being stolen, and I decided to do the foolish thing and take a photo. The following morning, my mother, who was using the same vehicle, was stopped by somebody who's not quite right in his mind. And he threatened her. He told her to stop what she's doing because this is how he feeds himself. The issue with that is that we are targets because we're the only people who seem to care about what is going on in our community, and we're outspoken about it. I don't know what this country wants from us if we keep pushing and nobody listens.
Mr. Moshe, I won't stretch you beyond that. Thank you very much for your submission. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Sitebe. Ms. Mlambo.
All right, thank you so much for the presentation. You spoke at length about the impact of load reduction on your community, so I won't deal with that aspect. But just to get clarity on the reasons you've been given, you mentioned the issue of illegal connections. Is that the only reason that your community has been given for the load reduction that you are being subjected to?
Part of the illegal connections is actually by the individuals who live near where the power is stolen. So what they do is that they take a fee from the community next door who's stealing power, and they feed it through their home. That overloads our box and that explodes. So it's not just like this parasitic relationship of one community stealing from another. It's actually, it's a combined nexus of just these things that are working together to subsequently destroy a community. I wouldn't say it's happening on one end to another. Yeah.
Okay, what I'm trying to establish is the
Yeah.
official reasons you are given. You've
Yes.
mentioned illegal connection.
So it's illegal connection
Yeah.
and negligence on the part of ESCOM, I would say.
Okay, but the official, so what is ESCOM saying to you? I'm not asking what you are deducing or you think could be the problem, but what is ESCOM saying is the reason for load reduction in your community?
There's too much power being used, so they need to put load reduction to reduce the strain on the grid. That's what we've been told time and time again.
Okay, and the illegal connections, is it something they've also mentioned, or is something that you think could be contributing to the problem?
Yes, they've mentioned it,
Okay.
but not in terms of a solution. It's just it's part of the problem.
Okay, so there are two reasons, official reason, illegal connection, and too much power being consumed. Okay,
Yes.
thank you for that. In terms then, my learned colleague has taken you through the communication that your mother has sent to ESCOM and other communication. In fact, it starts from page 734, right? But what I want to then establish from you is, have you received, or did your mother receive any responses? Because from the communication, I can see she seems to be communicating. I could have missed anything, but did she get a response?
No. The simple answer is no. It's always it feels as if there's an admin or a bot saying you've been acknowledged, and then it doesn't proceed further from there.
All right. And then you've touched on another aspect, but the one aspect I didn't hear you touch on is the issue of solutions. So what do you propose be done to address the issues that you've outlined?
Okay. So one of them, a direct thing that tangibly that I can propose is I don't know why our boxes are connected. I don't know why our power is connected, as in, if my house should not be connected to my neighbor's house's power. So if my neighbor is in disrepute with ESCOM, they should be, their power should be cut off, not mine. So is there a way that we could separate our connections and we stand alone as an individual unit? Because there's no record of us signing any sort of like a joint accommodation. We don't share power. We don't do any of those things. So why are we treated as such? I don't have the correct terminology because I don't work in electricity, but I think you know what I'm talking about. Yeah.
So for lack of better word, I'll say unbundling of the system.
Yes.
All right, is that the only thing you believe can be done about the situation?
No, that is something that can probably help me tomorrow, so I won't experience load reduction tomorrow. I think the element of moral decay is another issue that's happening, because crime is no longer it just happens, and it happens in front of you and all the time in your face, regardless of the time of the day. So it's also on the citizens themselves who want steady power. They should take ownership of the fact that we need to correct our behavior around these things if we want to have proper power, but that still shouldn't affect everybody else, for example. It shouldn't affect paying citizens.
Thank you. Evidence leaders, Commissioner Makwacha.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Madlingozi. I think mine is to just speak about the communication you've had, and you said that you primarily direct your communication with ESCOM, and I think mine today is to theme around the response we got from the energy regulator, NERSA, that they also play that role of communicating with the customers and users as well as the license holder. In this case, it would be ESCOM. Have you had an opportunity to speak with the energy regulator, NERSA, regarding these concerns? Are you aware that you are able then to speak to NERSA regarding these concerns regarding ESCOM? That's the first part. I'll let you answer, then I'll come in with my other questions for now. Thank you.
No, I haven't connected or touched base with NERSA. I didn't even know we could. And then the second one, we've just only spoken with the City of Cape Town and ESCOM.
Now, your relationship as a community in Khayelitsha is very unique. Can you just break it down? Because you're saying that certain communities in Cape Town get electricity from the city. Is that correct?
Certain don't. Most of the city gets from Cape Town. Yeah.
And then just highlight, you said Khayelitsha and which other communities don't get electricity
I think
from
it's
the city?
Khayelitsha and Mfuleni, and I'm not quite sure on Delft, but pockets of Delft don't get as well.
And these are primarily
Yes,
black
they are
communities or
black
previously
communities.
disadvantaged.
Yeah.
Now, regarding this, have you been provided with an explanation why there has been this separation around the provision of electricity in this particular way?
No.
I note that in your response, you primarily focused on criminality at play, but I think one of the aspects was what other rights have been, as a result of the load reduction, have been violated in your submission. Now, in respect of it, can you just elaborate on how load reduction has affected right to dignity, education, health, and life, specifically with your community, but also speak about your lived experience as someone who has been in the community trying to address the illegal connections?
I've personally lost my previous job due to it was a fully remote job for a UK-based company. It's very hard to tell your employer that you don't have electricity as a constant excuse as to why you're not present at work. We even have an inverter and our batteries for our gate and our garage have stopped working, and we've been replaced on 3 separate occasions. So that's over 20,000 Rand just spent on trying to maintain some sort of equilibrium. I think my rights in terms of just living a stable life has been violated because of the core fundamental issue of electricity. And living in an area like Khurayisa where you can have water outages, it just doesn't make a good recipe when power as well is gone at the same time. So you're compounding on currently existing issues. I think it just be a miracle to have consistent power, which is a shame that somebody should be saying that.
Thank you so much, Chair. Those are my questions.
Thank you so much. The issue of land invasion, you seem to ascribe the problem to this invasion by communities. Approximately how many households are we talking about here? If you speculate, if you guess.
Speculate, I would say over 200, and it's. I wouldn't say it's solely land invasion. It's land invasion has created the symptom of which we're speaking about. But the actual problem is the scarcity of resources. And because of that scarcity and negligence of giving said resources, you get the trampling of human rights, trampling over human rights. But I'd say over 200 households to answer your question directly.
And you say from 2020?
From 2020 around COVID, that's when the mass land grab happened.
Do you know if that committee has applied for electrification?
I'm not quite sure because there was a lot of protesting happening with our roads.
By the community or by other people?
No, by that community. So what
Yes.
happens when people move into an area where there's no resources, they protest. The issue with the protests is that they don't happen at government, they don't happen at city center, they burn down these roads and they attack our cars and they attack our things. So the issue with that is the crabs in the bucket mentality I mentioned briefly in the PowerPoint is that why is it that you get electricity, you're black like me, and I don't get electricity? I have a problem with that. Let me fix it. And that mentality isn't by nature because of that person. It is created by the lack of resources, which is why we're here.
Yeah. Do you have a smart meter in your household?
Yes, we do.
So despite the fact that you've got smart meters, you still are subjected to collective load reduction?
Yes, I actually don't know what the whole fuss with the smart meters has been about, since our entire area is on smart meters, and that's only made the problem worse. So I don't know.
Why do you say worse?
Because it's been growing as a problem, and it's now gone to the point where we'll have 5 days without power. But we've had the smart meters for a while, so I don't know what ESCOM is telling people, and that's not our lived experience.
You still have about 10 minutes.
Yeah.
Let's summarize your submission by reading from page 740.
Yeah.
We go to the second last paragraph, starting with promises. If you can read that very slow, very clearly.
Promises were made regarding upgrading and punishing people who support and encourage electricity theft by November 24, 2024. And that commitment has not been met. Instead, the punishment is transferred to a community that complies and wishes to have consistent power. It would be a failure to mention that these load outages feel discriminatory, Honorable Minister. Just another group of black people denied services. I request at least an investigation to determine the cause of these load outages. Is it infrastructural, electricity theft, or non-payments? But whatever it is, can those who comply and pay for electricity be given standard services? Can we be given respect and informed as to why we're experiencing outages? Can our agreements with ESCOM be honored? We need your urgent intervention in the matter because I fear our community and safe haven will ultimately end up in chaos. The division alone caused by these outages is already fragmenting us.
Excellent. Thank you so much. Do you wish to add anything before we excuse you?
Nothing.
Thank you so much. Your testimony and your mother's written submissions have been very clear, very authentic. Thank you so much for the images that you sent to us. Thank you for the work that you are doing in the community, not just to protest against load reduction, but actually also reporting cases of illegal connection at great risk to your life. So as the South African Human Rights Commission, we want to salute you. We want to salute your mother. We want to salute your community. You are excused. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. That concludes day 3 of our inquiry. We will continue tomorrow at the same time, 9 o'clock. I've already communicated the changes in the program. You do have the program in front of you, so day 4, the 18th of February will be the last day, not of the inquiry, but of the sitting of the inquiry. Thank you so much to our sign interpreters. We thank our IT technicians, our evidence leaders, as well as all of you for being here today. Thank you. We'll see you tomorrow morning.